Chapter 216. Huh. Hearing the resentment in the Picio's words, Lin Ray was not stupid. He frowned and smiled without saying anything. He stayed like this for a few minutes. Okay, kid, you can go out. You have to practice quickly in the future. I'm still waiting for you to release me. After a long silence, when the atmosphere was slightly awkward, the Picio couldn't help but directly tell Lin Ray, "Oh, well, I will go back and practice hard. Besides, not for you, but for myself, for the peak of the Tao, I will work hard to practice until I reach the top." Right now, Linley was speaking very seriously. Even if some of what he had said earlier was false, these words were absolutely true. The peak of the Tao had already become his goal, his dream, and something he would strive for in the future. Ha ha ha! Deafening laughter. When Lin Ray finished speaking, the Picio couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, kid, you're not joking, right? The peak of the Tao. Do you think you're stronger than that old man Hong Jun, or more courageous than Pangu? They didn't dare to set foot on the peak of the Tao, just you. Oomph. At this time, when listening to the Picio's words, Lin Ray's face was obviously unhappy. Lin Ray could hear that the Picio was really disdainful of his goal. It could even be said that the Picio didn't believe that Lin Ray could do it. Picio, in this world, no one is better than anyone else. It only depends on whether you want to do it or not. They can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. Do you know what the world is like now? The next moment, all the unhappy aura was expressed by Lin Ray in words. His tone was overbearing and no one could compare. How can I? You don't know anything, so don't preach to me here. Since you don't believe me, how about we make another bet? Just after the Picio heard Lin Ray's verbal attack, it wanted to refute, but it was refuted by Lin Ray's words. Oh, bet? Okay, since you want to bet, then tell me what you want to bet and what you want to use as the chips. Hearing this, Picio became interested. It was hard to say that it was gambling. He had nothing now. Was he afraid of this meaningless gamble? His casual tone caused a hint of a smile to appear on Linley's face. All right, then let's make a bet. In the next 300 years, I can reach a level that you can't imagine. Of course, you can choose not to bet, but what about the stakes? It is the freedom to set you free forever. What do you think of this bet? Really? A scream came out of the Picio's mouth. Obviously, after hearing Lin Ray's bet, the Picio could not hold back the throbbing in its heart. That's right. Just as you've heard, as long as I haven't reached that level, I'll nullify all the previous agreements and release you. However, at that time, the originally throbbing Picio instantly calmed down, but Lin Ray could still hear the faint breathing sound. But if I complete it, you will unconditionally join my sect and become my subordinate disciple. You tell me, do you want to bet or not? All the stakes were said, and all the previous emotions of the Picio were put away, and it was silent. The world passed quietly in the silence of the two people. However, the emotions of the two people were completely different. Lin Ray's mood was very calm, but the Picio's heart was very tangled. He wanted to agree, but he was afraid that Lin Ray could break through. Just as Lin Ray said, in this world, he had been gradually eliminated, so he was not sure whether this matter was possible. The area where Lin Ray was located was quiet before, but the loss above 10,000 meters had been heated up. The special departments of various countries, after waiting for a long time, still did not see the appearance of the treasure. In the end, they decided to send people to the sea to investigate. Plop, plop, plop sounds came from the sea. In an instant, 2/3 of the people on the shore had all gone into the sea. As soon as they entered the sea, everyone swam crazily to the bottom of the sea like wild horses out of control. However, 1/3 of the people left on the shore were not so obedient. At this moment, all the people on the shore were astute and experienced. Foreign thieves, hurry up and leave. It is impossible to find anything in front of us Huasha cultivators. No matter how hard you work, it will be in vain. At this moment, on the cliff of an isolated island, Murong Chun roared at the foreign masters on another island. His tone was deep, and there was some spiritual power in it. Ha ha ha! Murong Chun, let's not talk about other things. Let's look at the final result. Anyway, there's still a long time. If you want to fight, how can it be done in one day? There will be plenty of time in the future. At this moment, on another island, a foreign man with blue eyes, yellow hair, and very white skin retorted directly after hearing Murong Chen's words. However, this sentence made Murong Chen feel as if he had hit a balloon. Ha! Murong Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a day. After the two of them finished talking, Long Batian, who had been standing beside Murong Chen, suddenly mocked Murong Chen. Humph, old man, don't make a fool of yourself here. Now is not the time to fool around. All the countries already know about this matter, so the only thing we can do now is to protect everything here, whether it is a treasure or not. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must keep it in Huaxia. This sentence had already reflected Murong Chen's heart. At this moment, Murong Chen's heart had already been prepared to die when he came here. Alas, I know. Even if you don't say it, I know. I'm just afraid that you'll feel awkward, so I'm doing this. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Everyone quieted down and stared at the surface of the sea, not daring to blink for even a moment. It was as if they were afraid that something would slip away if they blinked. The treasure they were talking about was now negotiating with the Pichio at the bottom of the sea. It had reached the final critical moment. At this moment, the bottom of the sea was pitch black. Except for the faint light on Lin Rei's body, there was no light at all. Finally, at this moment, the silent atmosphere was broken by the Pichio trapped in the mountain. Okay, you're good, boy. I agree to this bet. As long as you can satisfy me, I will unconditionally become your subordinate. Finally, at noon, at this moment, Lin Rei's heart finally returned to its previous state. Good. I'm very satisfied with this answer. Since the matter has been settled, then I will leave. When I come back again, it will be the day you break out of the stone. After saying this, Lin Rei turned and walked in the direction he came from. He didn't say a word and left without any hesitation. Chapter 217. Boy, I hope you won't let me wait too long. With my current body, not to mention 10,000 years, even 1,000 years would be difficult. Alas, at the last moment, I made a crazy decision. Is it because I want to go out too much? After Lin Rei left, not long after, Pai Xiu sighed deeply and said to himself in a tone full of self-deprecation, Maybe he can really get me out. Just by the fact that he has the dragon aristocracy, it can be judged. Pai Xiu's voice disappeared. After finishing his words, he chose to sleep and wait for Lin Rei's return. Because only in this way could he spend more time, and only in this way could the wear and tear of his soul be slower. Tens of thousands of meters under the sea returned to calm and returned to the same dark, gloomy, and dangerous appearance. And Lin Rei, who had left, went back the way he came, but he was at the bottom of the sea. How could he have a real direction? So, after walking for a while, Lin Rei swam upward. Releasing all of his divine sense, all of the places within 100 miles appeared in Lin Rei's mind. Only in this way, Lin Rei could find them. Lin Rei's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to rise 1,000 meters. At this time, at noon, a familiar figure appeared in his divine sense. Bing, after hearing my voice, tell them that they don't need to look for me. All of them go ashore. In the shortest time possible, I hope you can return to the shore, because there are still many things waiting for you to do. Looking at Bing's figure, Lin Rei's eyes were full of shame, but in order to leave this place quickly, Lin Rei did not immediately look for her, but told the others. Young master? Lin Rei's voice was something that Bing would never forget in her life. But in the deep sea, there were countless dangerous existences, so Bing had to be careful. Hearing Lin Rei's voice, Bing asked carefully, Are you the young master? According to what I said just now, inform all the disciples and remember, during this process, ensure your own safety. Hearing Bing's sound transmission, Lin Rei smiled helplessly and then repeated his previous words. Yes, your subordinate obeys. At this moment, Bing's face was full of happiness because he hadn't heard Lin Rei say that for a long time. All right, you go first. I'll go up first. Remember to get them ashore as soon as possible. Whoosh! After he finished speaking, Lin Ray didn't stay any longer. He retracted his spiritual sense and released his cultivation to swim towards the shore. His journey was unimpeded. Since he was at the mid-transcending tribulation stage, it was very difficult for anyone to threaten him in the sea. Even if there were some cultivators, after sensing Lin Ray's aura, they would immediately disappear. As for Bing, following Lin Ray's instructions, he quickly went to inform Dian Wei, who was not too far away from him. Then, he informed the leaders of the various tribes one by one, who then informed their subordinates. Soon, thousands of people all swam towards the sea at Lin Ray's command. The scene was very spectacular. There were thousands of people, and each of them had a faint glow on their bodies. In the sea, although it was only the light of a grain of rice, it was the warmest color. Lin Ray, who took the lead, had already floated up 10,000 meters. At this moment, Lin Ray showed a rare smile. Lin Ray, since you have accepted the PCO's bet, the system will also issue a task. I don't know if you will accept it or not. Suddenly, the little dragon's voice came into his ears. For a moment, the smile on his face disappeared. Damn it, don't tell me that I will be killed by the system if I don't accept it. When he heard the little dragon's next sentence, Lin Ray really wanted to smash his own mouth. Lin Ray, I didn't expect that you would become so smart after being with me for so long. Yes, you are right. If you don't accept it, the system has the right to kill you directly. What he said came true. Everything he did not want appeared at this moment. Sigh, when will I be able to choose my own task without being killed by the system? Lin Ray, who was full of helplessness, finally agreed to the little dragon's task. He had no choice but to accept it. Is this the right way? A cute laugh was heard. However, in Lin Ray's ears, this was indeed very shameless. All right, since you have agreed, you should complete it well. If you do your best, the reward for the task will be even better. Ding dong, main task. In 500 years, the host must upgrade from his current level to the Immortal Emperor realm. If he cannot complete it, the system can only kill him automatically. However, if the host completes it early, the system will give the host an additional reward. Ding dong, main task reward. Alchemy realm upgrade by 1 level. Martial Emperor Godly Spear upgrade by 1 level. Tyrant Body Technique. Supreme Level Cultivation Technique, Heaven and Earth Taoist Robe, Purple Cloud Pill. Ding Dong, Secondary Task. When the host breaks through to the Immortal Emperor realm, he must take out the PCO and use it for himself. Of course, if the host cannot complete it on time, the system does not need to say more about the consequences. Ding Dong, Secondary Task Reward. 10,000 years Stalactite Milk, Wind Dragon Crown, Top Immortal Chi Magic Treasure. The system's voice disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Ray's heart was filled with joy and hatred. He was happy that he could get so many good things, but he hated that it would take 500 years. It was not 5,000 years. If he wanted to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm, he would have to go through all the forbidden areas and secret realms as soon as he arrived in the Immortal realm. Only then would he be able to cultivate to the level that the system wanted. At this moment, Lin Ray wanted to die. He originally wanted to stay here for a little longer, but time was running out and he could not stay any longer. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, after cultivating, there's still a long time. After I save my mother, I will leave this place. Having made up his mind, Lin Li increased his power and swam towards the surface of the sea. However, right at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in front of him. Without hesitating at all, Lin Li immediately released his divine sense, sending it out in a radius of 100 kilometers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sounds rang out in Lin Li's ears and in his mind. This scene caused Lin Li to frown. What's going on? Why did so many cultivators suddenly appear? At this moment, Lin Ray sensed that hundreds of cultivators were looking for something in the water. However, everyone was full of vigilance. Moreover, Lin Ray also found that among the hundreds of cultivators, there were compatriots and foreigners. No, now is not the time to expose myself. It's better to use other people's appearance to see them. After saying that, a wave of spiritual energy appeared on Lin Rei's face. At this moment, Lin Rei's face suddenly changed. His muscles began to change. After a while, an unfamiliar and ugly face appeared. At this moment, who could recognize that this person was the generation's sect leader, Lin Rei? Whoosh! Lin Rei moved forward at full speed. Soon, he was close to the group of people. He cast an invisibility spell on himself and then passed by the group of people. What's going on? Why do I feel like someone just passed by me? At this time, one of the people that Lin Rei passed by turned around and looked in the direction where Lin Rei left and asked his companion in confusion, F***CK, are you stupid? There's no one here. At this moment, the middle-aged man heard his companion's words and hurriedly looked around. In the end, there was no one. Impossible, just now I clearly... Okay, don't say any more. Hurry up and look. I don't want to stay here forever. Hearing his companion's explanation, the middle-aged man showed an impatient expression and interrupted him. Then, after saying that, he swam towards the depths of the water. Impossible. I clearly felt it. After saying doubtfully, he followed his companion and swam towards the depths of the water. However, after leaving, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on the place where he felt something strange just now. He glanced at it and then turned around and left. I didn't expect that nascent soul-stage cultivator to be so vigilant. At this moment, when the middle-aged man left, Lin Rei, who was originally leaving, appeared in the same place as the middle-aged man. He looked at the middle-aged man with a playful expression and said, I hope we'll meet again if fate wills it. Without thinking much, Lin Rei swam towards the surface of the water. This time, Lin Rei did not use any invisibility spell. Instead, he appeared in front of everyone's eyes and swam towards the surface. Time passed quietly. Lin Rei saw the color of the sky, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Finally, I can ask about the air. Damn, I don't know how many days I've been in the water. It's been so suffocating. Why get back? I must eat a big meal. Finally, Lin Rei floated to the surface of the water. The fresh air made Lin Rei feel a little nostalgic. Of course, the most important thing was to eat. Quick, look, someone is coming out. Block that person for me. Just as Linley was thinking that he could finally relax, a loud voice suddenly rang out, causing Linley to be stunned. Just as Linley appeared on the surface of the water, a man standing on an island with extremely sharp eyes suddenly noticed Linley's sudden appearance on the surface of the water. He immediately called out to Linley. Suddenly, the man's voice attracted the attention of the remaining one-third of the strong people present. They all looked at Lin Rei, who was only showing his head. Damn, Huaxia man, hurry up. Long Batian, save that kid quickly. We can't let others take him. Murong Chun, who had been observing Lin Rei, shouted to his old friend Long Batian next to him. Then, he released his cultivation and rushed out like a stream of light. At this moment, everyone moved. They were waiting for Lin Rei to surface. Everyone thought that Lin Rei had the treasure that they wanted to get. At this moment, everyone became greedy, selfish, and beasts. The glory of their ancestors and the glory of their country became so fragile at this moment. Chapter 218. F***CK, what's going on? I don't think I've seen them before. I haven't even offended them. Lin Rei, who had sensed all this, had already seen their actions. However, the greed in their eyes made Lin Rei wonder why they were grabbing him like this. Of course, Lin Rei didn't know that it was all because of himself. Because of the killing intent at that time, he completed the 1,000-meter vortex. If Lin Rei knew about it, he would be speechless. Humph, boy, give me the treasure you got from the sea. In that case, maybe I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, an old man who moved first came in front of Lin Rei and threatened Lin Rei with a murderous look. At this time, he had been blinded by benefits and greed, so he didn't feel Lin Rei's aura at all. Huh, impolite to me? Are you sure you want to be impolite to me? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Rei was suddenly interested and started to chat with the old man. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense. Hand over the treasure, and I'll definitely guarantee your safety. Humph, get lost. How dare you threaten the people of Huaxia on my territory? Do you really think the cultivators of Huaxia are dead? Just as Lin Rei was about to speak, Murong Chun and Long Batian came forward and argued with the old man who threatened Lin Rei. Lin Rei could feel that the cultivation of the two old men who spoke was not simple. They had both reached the combination realm. In this space where spiritual power was extremely scarce, it was not easy to cultivate to this realm. Boy, don't be afraid. With my brother, Murong Chun, protecting you, no one here can hurt you. With that, Murong Chun and Long Batian walked in front of Lin Rei and blocked the foreign old man. In terms of momentum, Murong Chun and Long Batian were enough to crush the old man. Ha ha, good. Murong Chun, Long Batian, you dare to go against my wolf clan? Have you forgotten what happened back then and want to reenact it? At this moment, the foreign elder seemed to have been enraged. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, and he looked extremely demonic. The teeth in his mouth turned into wolf fangs as well. If it weren't for the fact that he looked like a human, Linley would have thought that he was a demonic wolf. Damn, I didn't expect there to be such a thing here. It seems like the days ahead will be more and more interesting. At this moment, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. He wanted to see just how many races there were here. Oof, why wouldn't I dare? Come at me if you have the guts. I don't believe that a mere conjoint body realm demon wolf can defeat the two of us. Murong Chun said it casually, but if one looked closely, they could see that Murong Chen's face was covered in cold sweat, and there was an obvious trace of fear on his face. With that, a magic weapon appeared in his hand in an instant. His face was full of fighting spirit as he looked at the old man who had turned into a demon wolf. Huh! Murong Chun and Long Batian shouted at the same time and rushed toward the old man who had turned into a demon wolf. Their momentum was magnificent, and they looked like they were going to kill him. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of weapons colliding was heard. In the eyes of others, this was a world war, but in Lin Rei's eyes, this was just a child's play. There was no power at all. Bang! Bang! Two sounds of collision rang out. Two figures suddenly appeared before Linley's eyes. Plop, plop. Murong Chun and Long Batian fell directly into the water, and the old man who had turned into a demon wolf had returned to his original appearance. However, at this time, he was in a sorry state and completely lost his previous high-spirited appearance. His clothes were tattered and his hair was messy like weeds. He looked like a beggar and was extremely pitiful. Losers. You have already given us the wolf clan back then, and now you are shamelessly against us. If it weren't for the fact that you are all from the 5 major families of Huaxia, I would have killed you long ago. The old man who was now in the air stared at Long Batian and Murong Chun who had fallen into the water, and his eyes were full of contempt. F***ck, no way. You said before that you would protect me. What's going on now? In fact, Lin Rei already knew that these two old men were no match for the old man who had turned into a demon wolf, so Lin Rei didn't think highly of them at all. However, Linley was very interested in the old man who had transformed into a wolf demon. Linley wanted to see if the old man's body was different from that of a normal human. To be able to transform into a wolf and a human at the same time was an incredible feat. Boy, now we should talk. Tell me, what on earth did you get in the sea? The old man didn't even bother to look at Murong Chun and Long Batian. He directly turned his eyes to Lin Rei and asked with narrowed eyes. I really want to know where you get your courage from. You are just at the combination realm. Don't you just have a special constitution? Is this what you are so proud of? At this moment, Lin Rei didn't want to hide himself. Time was tight, and the task was important. He didn't want to waste time here, but he didn't release his cultivation. He just said to the old man with a cold face, What's going on? These sudden words caused the old man to take a step back in fright. The old man himself didn't know what was going on. Just then, when he heard Linley's words, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This was the first time in his life that he had ever felt so uneasy. What's going on? It wasn't just the werewolf old man himself. Even the two old men who fell into the water behind him and the surrounding cultivators who dared to come had a strange look in their eyes. That was because they saw that the old man, who was fighting 1 against 2, actually took a step back in fright when he heard the words of Junior. This made them take it seriously. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for bullying you. When the old man saw that his words didn't scare the young man in front of him, and instead made him take a step back, his patience was exhausted at this moment. Anger surged up in him. A little ant dares to compete with the sun and moon. How dare you? Seeing the old man's actions, Lin Ray was also angry. He had always been accompanying his master to eat tigers, but now Lin Ray had had enough. Using his spiritual energy, his body slowly floated up until it reached a certain height. Only then did Linley's body stop. At this moment, the werewolf old man saw this scene and froze in the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The old man looked at the young man in the air. You. At this moment, the werewolf old man's voice trembled as he stuttered while pointing at Lin Ray. Come here. Without wasting any words, Lin Ray's eyes flashed with disdain when he saw the old man looking at him. He raised his right hand to his chest and circulated his spirit energy. A suction force appeared, and suddenly, the old man's body flew uncontrollably toward Lin Ray's hand. With a whoosh, the old man's speed was very fast. In one moment, the old man was still in the same place, but in the next moment, he was in Lin Ray's hand. A little cultivator wants to kill me, and you even dare to call yourself Lord in front of me. Do you think your little werewolf clan can overturn the heavens? At this moment, Lin Ray's one hand was choking the old man from the werewolf clan. His tone was full of disdain. Moreover, in Lin Ray's eyes, the werewolf clan was just a mutated race. As long as he was obedient, it would be fine. If he was not obedient, Lin Ray would not mind paying a visit to the werewolf clan. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Senior. This old man. Oh no, this Junior did not know Senior's cultivation. As the saying goes, where it is possible to forgive, one should forgive. Senior, please let me go. The old man who was choked by Lin Ray wanted to cry at this moment. How could he have known that such a young man would have such a powerful cultivation? Not only the old man from the werewolf clan, but even Murong Chun and the other 2 who were in the water were stunned. The scene in front of them happened so fast that they could not wrap their heads around it. Damn, I'm going to eat a tiger with you. The old man's aura. He must be a senior who is going through the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Murong Chun, who was in the water, looked at the scene in horror. He gauged Lin Ray's cultivation and said in surprise, I didn't expect that such a young man would have such a powerful cultivation. I'm really ashamed. His words had hit the nail on the head. Everyone present was thinking the same thing. However, they did not dare to say a word. They did not even dare to send a telepathic message. They could only watch the scene quietly. Now you know you're wrong? Don't you think it's too late? I want to know now why all of you are here, and why are you blocking me? At this moment, Lin Ray, who was the main character of the scene, asked all the questions in his heart. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, this is my fault. I didn't understand what was going on and said those words to you. I said, why are you blocking me? If you continue to dilly-dally and cover things up, I'll feed you to the sharks. Hearing the old man from the wolf tribe dilly-dally, Lin Ray could not help but threaten him with a murderous look on his face. Everyone present felt it. The wolf tribe who was closest to Lin Ray felt it clearly. Yes, I'll tell you now. This is what happened. A few days ago, a 1,000-meter whirlpool suddenly appeared here. After it was observed by the satellites in space, it was transmitted to the special departments of various countries. So we came here. We all thought that there was a treasure here. So when we saw you coming out of the sea, we thought. At this point, the old man from the wolf tribe did not continue. That was because he saw Lin Ray's cold gaze. So he was afraid. Ha. Treasure? At this moment, Linley chuckled. When he heard the old man wolf mention the 1,000-meter whirlpool, Linley realized that wasn't the whirlpool he had created during his battle with the WYRM earlier on. Chapter 219. All right, since you said that there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures here, I'll let you stay here forever and guard your heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Crack! A sound came from the neck of the old man from the wolf tribe in Lin Ray's hand. The sound was not very loud, but no one present was an ordinary person. They were all cultivators who had opened their five senses. As cultivators, they could still hear the sound made by Lin Ray clearly. Right now, in their eyes, Linley was like a god who controlled life and death. Right now, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Oh, treasures? Even if there are treasures, it depends on whether you have the life to use them. Linley didn't even bother to look at the werewolf expert who had been crushed to death by the old man. He tossed the corpse away. From this moment onwards, this person no longer existed in this world. At this moment, the scene was very quiet. The very strange atmosphere made everyone feel a little awkward, especially Murong Chun and Long Batian, who were in the water. The two of them were the most embarrassed. Previously, they kept saying that they would protect the young man in front of them, but now they were just pretending. At this moment, they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. On the other hand, the cultivators who were flying in the air were a little better. At least, they were not as embarrassed as Murong Chun and Long Batian. Time slowly passed. Linley's divine sense had already sensed those disciples he had released. For a moment, Linley had the thought of returning. However, the heavens didn't let him. There would always be some people who refused to accept this and wanted to fight a hopeless battle. Just as Lin Ray was about to leave, suddenly, a group of cultivators, no matter which country they were from, rushed out. One of them was carrying the body of the old man from the wolf tribe who had just been killed by Lin Ray. Bang! A group of people splashed out of the water. Hundreds of people appeared in the sky in an instant, looking at the people outside with murderous intent. Who is it? Who killed the powerhouse of my wolf tribe? Come out! At this moment, the person carrying the old man's body glanced at everyone with murderous intent and roared at the sky. His voice shook the sky. Some people even covered their ears because they could not bear the pain caused by this roar. Of course, there were also a few people who did not feel anything and just stood in place. After the roar, no one stepped forward to explain the situation because they did not dare. They had seen Lin Ray's combat strength. Even if they were a few times more courageous, they would not dare to stand out and say anything. Haha, very well. Since you won't say anything, I will use my own way to understand the situation. The middle-aged man saw that no one stepped forward, so he was filled with grief and anger. Finally, he did the most irrational thing. Wolf Tribe's powerhouses of the Wolf Tribe have been killed today. What should we do? Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned around and roared at the cultivators behind him. His face was filled with determination. Revenge, revenge, kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, the will of revenge of nearly 100 powerhouses of the Wolf Tribe formed a terrifying murderous intent in the air. Slowly, the murderous intent condensed into a totem. No one knew what it meant. Perhaps only the members of the Wolf Tribe knew what it meant. Tribe members, since this is the case, then kill. But if any of the cultivators here does not say anything, then kill them until they answer. The middle-aged man ordered. Nearly 100 members of the Wolf Tribe instantly moved out. This was a powerful group of cultivators. Apart from Lin Ray, who else had the ability to mobilize so many powerhouses at once? Boom! A terrifying energy exploded. Nearly 100 members of the Wolf Tribe began to kill everywhere. No matter who it was, as long as they were not members of the Wolf Tribe, there was only one word for them: death. Wolf Tribe, does your tribe want to become the enemy of the entire world? At this moment, a group of powerhouses could not stand it anymore. They stepped forward and said to the middle-aged member of the Wolf Tribe. His voice was weak. If one listened carefully, they could see that the man who stepped forward was trembling when he spoke. Become the enemy? So what if we become the enemy? Our Wolf Tribe is like this. Anyone who offends our Wolf Tribe will kill our members. No matter who it is, the Wolf Tribe will take revenge on them. When he heard that person's retort, the middle-aged man from the Wolf Clan rushed over with killing intent. Everyone could tell that he wasn't just talking to that man. Instead, he was talking to everyone present. Poof! The The middle-aged member of the wolf tribe was very strong. He had already reached the middle stage of crossing tribulation. The man who stepped forward was only at the spirit-severing stage. The middle-aged member of the wolf tribe disappeared. When he reappeared, his hand was already in the chest of the man who stepped forward. Blood slowly flowed out of the middle-aged member of the wolf tribe's hand. His hand was still holding a heart that had stopped beating. Lin Rei saw all of this. However, Lin Rei had seen too much of this. Therefore, Lin Rei could only do nothing in the face of this. Let's see how long you can hide. The people of your tribe are being killed. I don't believe that you people who are hiding in the dark will not come out to save them. At this moment, Lin Rei was waiting for those powerhouses who were hiding in the dark. After Lin Rei came out to kill the elder of the wolf tribe, he had already discovered that there were several powerhouses who were already at the peak of the Mahayana realm, watching the battle in the surrounding sky. However, they had not intervened yet. Lin Rei was even more certain that there must be a powerhouse of the wolf tribe among the powerhouses at the peak of the Mahayana realm. Otherwise, these wolf cubs would not have done such a heaven-defying act. Kid, why did I leave you out? At this moment, Lin Rei, who had been quiet and undisturbed, suddenly heard a voice that made him frown. All the more I have to kill you since you have such ugly thoughts. At this moment, a werewolf clansman whose thoughts were all over the place and whose appearance was extremely ugly came up to Linley and said a few words, which immediately caused Linley to laugh. Ha! Wolf cub, are you sure you're not mistaken? Who between the two of us is ugly? How dare you show yourself in front of others like this? Your mother probably doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Upon seeing the person who spoke, Lin Rei couldn't help but laugh and tease. However, the last sentence completely infuriated the man of the wolf tribe. Damn, don't tell me I'm telling the truth. Even your mother doesn't want to acknowledge you? Upon seeing the expression and actions of the man of the wolf tribe, Lin Rei asked again with uncertainty. Kid, if I don't kill you today, I won't be an expert of the younger generation of the wolf tribe. As he spoke, his brain rushed up and wanted to kill Lin Rei. However, how could a cultivator of the lower stage of the tribulation stage kill Lin Rei? Seeing the man's attack, Lin Rei tilted his head and easily dodged the attack of the man of the wolf tribe. You want to kill me with your current strength? However, seeing you like this annoys your mother. Since that's the case, I'll clean up the house for your mother. Whoosh! After speaking, Lin Rei's hand quickly pointed towards the man. If an earthly immortal expert was here, they would definitely see that when Lin Rei made his move, the surface of his finger had already turned golden. Crack! Lin Rei's finger pierced into the head of the man of the wolf tribe without any hindrance. Immediately, a red and white liquid splashed out from between Lin Rei's fingers. All of you get out here. Don't be sneaky up there and pretend to be an expert. At this moment, Lin Rei had lost his patience. He instantly released his cultivation and roared at the few experts of the peak of the Mahayana stage who were hiding in the sky. Boom! The spiritual power of the middle stage of the tribulation stage was released and spread in all directions, directly bringing the chaotic scene under control. Hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. They wanted to see who the expert that Lin Rei was talking about was. Good. I didn't expect to see such an expert here. It's really not in vain for me to come here. A hearty laugh sounded and a white-haired expert walked out of the sky. Not long after, another one appeared. In the end, 6 experts walked out from different places. Their auras were the same as Lin Rei's. They were all at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Peak Mahayana stage experts. I'm sure you're all the top experts of your respective countries. I don't want to say much here. I don't want to explain what happened today. Furthermore, I hope that something like this won't happen again. His face was cold and murderous as he ordered the 6 Mahayana stage experts who had appeared in the sky. That's right, it was an order. If it was someone with a cultivation base lower than theirs, Lin Rei wouldn't have given the order and would have killed them directly. However, they were the elites of their respective countries. After all, the pillars of their respective countries. Don't be so arrogant, young man. You're just The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. In the instant that the foreign Mayana stage expert was killed, Lin Ray vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was right next to the foreign Mayana stage expert. Unlike before, Lin Ray didn't joke around with him. Instead, he directly snapped the old man's neck and crushed his nascent soul. Oof. I hate it when people interrupt me when I'm talking. After killing the old man, Lin Ray reappeared in his original position. He moved with incredible speed, to the point where they almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. No one said anything. At this point, the Xuanzong Sect disciples who had arrived earlier emerged from the water and unleashed their cultivation bases. 3,000 Xuanzong Sect disciples appeared in front of Lin Ray, then dropped to their knees and kowtowed to Lin Ray. Chapter 220. The incident in the Pacific Ocean ended with a shocking scene. All the countries warned by Lin Ray withdrew all the people who were unfavorable to Huaxia and told them that Huaxia would be a friendly country in the future, and they would put the interests of Huaxia first. Everything had a happy ending. At this time, Lin Ray took the 3,000 disciples of the Xuanzong Sect to a place and put them into the Cloud Tower, leaving only Jianwei, Bai Qi, and a few other subordinates who were summoned by him. Then, he rushed back to his villa in Tianwan Garden in Yanjing as fast as he could. When Lin Li returned to the entrance of the villa, he felt a sense of belonging in his heart. This was a feeling that Lin Li had only felt before when he had become an ordinary person. Phew, I'm finally back. This excursion was truly exhilarating. However, the harvest is still pretty good. At the very least, the profound sect has grown a bit stronger. Furthermore, they have their own beast division. At this moment, he was at the door of his villa. Thinking about the gains, he couldn't help but giggle. Dianwei and the others behind Lin Ray were looking at him in confusion. Of course, Bai Qi and Bing seemed to know what Lin Ray was laughing about. Well, young master, now that you're home, let's go in. Perhaps young madam has been crying her eyes out over your matter these past few days. At this moment, when Lin Ray was thinking about the gains of the past few days, Dianwei's words startled Lin Ray back to reality. Damn it, how could I forget about that? I've been so focused on finding that thing that I forgot to tell them that I'm safe. TSK, this is bad. After thinking about this, he slapped his forehead and said with a guilty and regretful face. Then, he hurriedly rushed into the villa. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound. The moment Lin Li left the villa, the members of the dark group appeared by his side. More than 10 people surrounded Lin Li's group so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Bastards, how did you protect them? Didn't you see who attacked them? Go to the Ministry of Criminal Law to receive your punishment. The sudden scene frightened Dianwei, but he was an expert in the Mahayana realm after all. He soon came back to himself and scolded the members of the dark section. Puff, puff. The more than 10 disciples of the dark department all knelt down when they saw that it was their young master, waiting for Lin Li's punishment. However, they ignored Dianwei's words as if they didn't hear him at all. All right, get up. It's not the first time anyway. In the future, observe everything around you with your divine senses at all times. In this way, not only can you see who it is, but you can also hone the strength of your divine senses. Looking at their expressions, Lin Li did not take it to heart at all. After all, during the few days that he was not around, they had been protecting his family day and night. If he were to punish them over such a small matter, Lin Li would not be able to do it. After all, they were all his brothers and the future pillars of the profound sect. Yes, thank you, young master. Upon hearing Lin Li's words, those people who had been trembling in fear all stood up with smiles on their faces, thanking Lin Li profusely. Well, you can continue. Looking at them, Lin Ray smiled and led Dianwei and the others to the room. Gotcha. The door was pushed open by Lin Li. In the middle of the living room, there was a group of people sitting together, chatting excitedly and curiously, as though they were playing some sort of game. Seeing this, Lin Li knew that his younger brother hadn't told them about what had happened to him. Seeing this, Lin Li let out a sigh of relief. Ah, honey brother, you're back. Lin Ray's action attracted the attention of the others who were playing the game. Wen Jinling, Lin Feng, Lin Ro and the other saw Lin Ray. They happily left their seats and ran to Lin Ray's side. Well, did you miss me when I wasn't around these few days? Looking at his lovers and brothers and sisters around him, Lin Ray asked with a happy smile. Yes, we did. We couldn't wait to go to you. But you told us to stay at home, so we didn't. But why did you come back so late? You came back a few days ago, didn't you? Indeed, what Linley was most afraid of had happened. But there was nothing he could do about it. This wasn't something he could consider. Brother Lay, when I came back, my sister-in-law asked me where you went. I told her that you went to look for clues about your mother. Just as Linley was trying to figure out how to reply, the nearby excited young man suddenly sent Linley a mental message, telling Linley all of the lies he had told earlier. Only this way would Linley be able to cover up his lie. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Oh, here's the thing. I asked my younger brother to find my mother a few days ago, and I suddenly found clues about my mother, so I delayed it. You won't blame me, will you? At this moment, Lin Ray said to Jean Ling innocently, but he was relieved. Of course not. Am I that unreasonable again? Mother's matter is a big deal. How dare I stop you? Hearing her husband's words, Jean Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Ray and said aggrievedly, Well, you can continue to play. I'm going to discuss something with them. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Ray separated Jean Ling and the others, and then said something to them. Then he took Dian Wei and the others and the younger brother who had already returned to the study upstairs. Humph! You only know how to discuss things with your brothers as soon as you come back. You don't even know how to say a few words to others. What blockhead! Jean Ling didn't stop Lin Ray, but when they disappeared, Lin Ray couldn't help but complain, obviously unhappy. Oh, sister-in-law, don't be sad about Big Brother. Let's hurry up and play. We haven't finished the game just now. Lin Ro and Jean Ling, who had been silent, quickly diverted Jean Ling's attention to the game that they hadn't finished playing just now. In the study upstairs, Lin Ray sat on the sofa, and the others obediently sat opposite Lin Ray. They didn't say a word, and all their attention was focused on Lin Ray. Oh, what the hell? What are you doing? There are no outsiders here. You're all my closest brothers. Don't be shy. Hurry up and sit down. Looking at them, Lin Ray said to them helplessly, and his tone was full of familial gentleness. Yes, young master. After Lin Ray finished speaking, the younger brother sat down without restraint, and the other subordinates summoned by Lin Ray chose to sit down after receiving orders from Lin Ray, just like before. Alas, where are you guys? Looking at them, Lin Ray sighed helplessly and didn't say anything more. All right, in the future, all of you will have to start working. I want to finish everything in the shortest time possible. This way, we can return to the world that belongs to us. Young brother, tell me about your matters first. How are the groups that you control? At this moment, Lin Ray changed the topic. He turned his head and asked the young man who had returned a few days ago. Yes, it's almost done. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the young man said confidently, After I got there, I controlled 4 of the top financial groups in the world. Then, I moved them all to Yinjing and made them not merge for the past few days. Not only that, I also changed the name to the name that I used in Tianxian, Jiuqian Trading Company. Oh, hearing the young man's report, Lin Ray's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then, his face was full of smiles. Although he had expected this scene, it was just a thought after all. It couldn't be compared to reality. Good, well done. Young brother, you are indeed a young brother. I can rest assured that you can do things well. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. I don't know much about this place. You guys should be on standby at any time. During this time, from time to time, make some trouble for the 5 big families. Let them feel that a crisis is coming. At this moment, Lin Ray had a vague idea in his heart. His mother was Ouyang Jing, and one of the 5 big families in Huaxia was called the Ouyang family. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't want to know that this matter was related to the Ouyang family. Well, I understand, Brother Lei. I'll let them start preparing tomorrow, but it's too early to let them take action now. After all, they just came here from another country and have already caused a big stir. Moreover, their foundation here is not very stable. If we let them take action at this time, I'm afraid that they will soon be defeated. Listening to the young man's explanation, Lin Ray nodded and agreed. He thought about it in his heart and felt that it was true. Then he suppressed his excitement. Well, since you're there, then you'll be the one following those bastards by Chi. Wait until you go to school with Lin Feng and the others. Then, if they want to kidnap Lin Feng and the others, don't be impulsive and don't show up. Wait until they reach their destination, then quietly take them out. Then, come back and tell me the address. Yes, this subordinate obeys. With a swish, Bai Chi, who had been on standby, stood up from his sofa in an instant after hearing Lin Ray's order and responded to Lin Ray. Don't be so excited. I believe that you can report this matter. Sit down first. Lin Ray had long been used to Bai Chi's big movements. After all, it was Lin Ray who summoned Bai Chi and Dian Wei first, and he had gone through life and death situations with them. Therefore, they still had a special relationship with each other. Yes, sir. Bai Chi sat down with a serious expression in his eyes. However, Dian Wei, who had been sitting next to him, couldn't hold it anymore. Chapter 2:21. Young Master, what about me? What about me? At noon, Dian Wei couldn't help but stand up and ask Lin Ray excitedly. Ugh! For a moment, Lin Ray was at a loss for words when he saw Dian Wei's reaction. Well, Dian Wei, I know you want to help, but there's no suitable mission for you yet. So, you'll have to stay at home and familiarize yourself with the basics of life in this world. His words ignited Dian Wei's fury. As a general in ancient times, he had a fiery temper. What? No, young master. Old Bai has something to do. I want to go out too. Or I can follow Old Bai. Dian Wei, shut up. Are you out of your mind? How dare you talk to young master like that? At this moment, Bai Chi changed his expression when he heard Dian Wei's words. He quickly stood up and tried to stop Dian Wei, but failed in the end. Hey, it's fine, it's fine. Lin Ray, who was sitting next to them, said with a smile after seeing Dian Wei's reaction and Bai Chi's reaction. It's fine. Since he wants to go out with you, you can go out with him. However, I must warn you, don't screw this up. If you screw this up, you'll bear all the consequences. Do you hear me? His words stunned everyone present. If it were in Lin Ray's past temper, he would have used anyone who talked to him like that as fertilizer. But they didn't see that coming. Thank you, young master. At this moment, Dian Wei came back to himself and thanked Lin Ray, but he couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of what he did just now. It's fine. Now that you're all occupied, you can go back to your work. Tian Yun and Ming, I won't talk about your missions for now. For the next few days, you'll have to learn the simple habits of the younger generation. As for Bing, you stay here. I still have something to tell you. After that, Lin Ray drove everyone out, except for Bing. She sat on the sofa obediently with her head down. No one knew what she was thinking. When he saw them leave, Lin Ray stood up and walked slowly to Bing's side. He sat down and put his hand on Bing's waist. His voice was full of shame. Bing, I'm sorry. I didn't fulfill my promise in the past few years. I didn't do what I promised you back then. Boo-hoo! Suddenly, Lin Ray's words made Bing, who was in Lin Ray's arms, cry. I'm sorry. I've neglected you these past few years. I don't have any memories of that time. At this point, Lin Ray didn't know what to say. In any case, all he could say was that he hadn't fulfilled his promise back then. Boo-hoo! Why, young master? You don't have to say anymore. This isn't your fault. A young lady has told me everything. At noon, Bing, who had been crying silently, finally spoke. However, she couldn't help but sob as she spoke. Sigh. All right. It won't happen again. I will treat you like the apple of my eye in the future. After making a promise to Bing, the relationship between the two was eased. Time passed little by little. What was originally a clear day was passed by as the two of them chatted. At this moment, the sky outside had turned dark. Every household had lit up their lights, especially Lin Ray's villa. However, the lights in Lin Ray's study room weren't turned on. At this moment, the two of them sat on the sofa with their clothes done. Bing leaned quietly in Lin Ray's arms with a blissful expression on her face. Thinking about this was the happiest thing in the world. All right, it's over now. Let's go down and eat. I presume you didn't eat much in the cloud tower. Looking at the weather outside, Lin Ray pulled Bing's hand, opened the door of the study room, and went to the living room. However, when they went downstairs, Bing refused to let Lin Ray hold her hand no matter what. Wow, it smells so good. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had just arrived in the living room, smelled the aroma of food. This was the day he missed the most since he was at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Jean Ling held a plate of freshly cooked dishes and said to Lin Ray with a smile, "Of course, don't you know who made it?" I know. My wife. Your cooking skills are the best." Looking at Jean Ling's appearance, Lin Ray couldn't help but compliment her. "All right, come down and eat. We're all family, so don't be polite." Seeing that the dishes were all served, Lin Ray raised his head and said to Dian Wei, Bai Qi, and the others in the room. Bing, who was next to him, had already been pressed to the chair by Lin Ray. "Well, don't just talk about them. You should also eat. I made a lot today, enough for you to eat." At this moment, Jean Ling, who had already taken her seat, looked at Lin Ray and said. Bing took out a bottle of wine from the side and placed it in front of Lin Ray. "Well, when you were away, I went to the winery and found that there was a lot of good wine in it, so I bought a lot for you." With one sentence, all of Linley's attention was diverted to the wine bottle on the table. He walked to the dining table with a smile on his face, sat down, kissed Jean Ling on the cheek, and said in a gentle tone, "Ling knows me well. Why did I miss it when I was away for a few days?" With that, Lin Ray unscrewed the cap of the wine bottle, raised his head, and drank a big mouthful of wine straight into Lin Ray's throat. After a gulp, Lin Ray put on a very satisfied expression, but in other people's eyes, it was such a perverted thing. "Well, don't just drink, eat something." Jean Ling couldn't stand it anymore. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food, and stuffed it into Lin Ray's mouth. Hee. At this moment, Lin Ray felt very happy. His happy laughter was so silly that the people next to him also laughed. "Well, let's eat, everybody. Go to bed early after eating. There's still a lot of work waiting for you tomorrow." At this moment, Dian Wei and the others had already taken their seats. At this moment, they looked like modern people, which was probably the boy's masterpiece. The meal was soon finished under Lin Ray's wriggling. After the meal, he sat on the sofa and chatted with his younger brother and sister who he had suddenly disappeared for a while before returning to his room. As for Dian Wei, Bai Qi, and the others, the boy had already arranged rooms for them. "Husband, you're always telling me what you've been doing these days." After finishing his work, Lin Ray had just opened the door and walked into the room when Jean Ling's words made Lin Ray shiver. He thought to himself, "Oh no." With a bitter smile on his face, he turned around and said truthfully, "I'm sorry. I was afraid that you would be worried, right? So I didn't dare to tell you." With that, Lin Ray came to the bedside and sat down. He hugged Jean Ling and began to tell her everything that had happened these days, including the PCO. Of course, Lin Ray didn't say who the system was. It didn't mean that Lin Ray didn't trust Jean Ling, but that Lin Ray had already sworn in his heart that no one would tell the truth about the system. What? After hearing the story, Jean Ling was shocked. While listening to Lin Ray, Jean Ling's expression was colorful. Sometimes she was nervous, sometimes she was afraid, and sometimes she was worried. Throughout the whole process, Jean Ling was worried about him. "Hubby, that's enough. Don't hide such things from me. I don't want such things to be in your heart. I'd rather experience such things with you than for you to lie to me." After listening to the story, Jean Ling, who had a serious expression, told Lin Ray about the things in her heart. I know you're worried about me. In the future, I promise that I'll tell you about such things as soon as possible." Looking at his wife, Lin Ray's face revealed a pained expression. He stroked Jean Ling's hair and lay on the bed. "All right, hurry up and go to sleep. There's still a lot of things to do tomorrow. I'm so tired these past few days." Lying on the bed, Linley hugged her and fell asleep peacefully. He didn't touch her or do anything embarrassing like he had done in the past. "Thank you for your hard work." Looking at her husband, who had fallen asleep in seconds, Jean Ling's eyes were filled with heartache as she lay on Lin Ray's chest and fell asleep. Chapter 222. Knock, 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 knock. Who is it? Linley, who was in the middle of a sweet dream, suddenly heard a knock on the door. He was instantly woken up from his sweet dream. He sat up in a daze, rubbed his still blurry eyes with both hands, and shouted impatiently at the door. Knock! At this time, the sound outside the door stopped abruptly. It was unknown whether it stopped because of Lin Ray's voice or because of other reasons. Anyway, the moment Lin Ray finished speaking, there was no more sound. Damn, I just fell asleep and you woke me up with a smile. How can you still let me live? What time is it and you're already disturbing me? Linley, who had been woken up, no longer felt as sleepy as before. He stood up and began to put on his clothes. Although he said he was putting on his clothes, that was not the case. Linley chanted an incantation, and suddenly, miraculously, clothes appeared on his body. Hee, these clothes are still the best to wear. Moreover, it's cooler in summer. He looked at his clothes with satisfaction. After tidying them up a little, he went to the door. Kacha! The door was slowly opened by Lin Ray from the inside. The figure outside the door appeared in front of Lin Ray's eyes. Damn, young man, what are you doing? You came to find me so early. Big brother, I also need to sleep. Okay? When the person who knocked on the door appeared in front of Lin Ray, he saw that it was Dong Xiaonan. For a moment, Lin Ray was helpless. This, Brother Lei, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that the situation is urgent, so I had to come to find you. I didn't disturb you and sister-in-law, did I? The young man looked anxious. He was really curious about something that required special effort. Lin Ray originally wanted to ask what the matter was, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, Lin Ray did not want to ask anymore. Hee brat, you've already knocked on the door, and now you have the nerve to tell me that you didn't disturb me. You're really interesting. After hearing Lin Ray's words, Dong Xiaonan could no longer speak. She looked like she had been wronged. When Lin Ray saw this, Lin Ray was like a deflated balloon. He instantly compromised. All right, tell me, what's the matter? Fei Fei told you to come here and call me if you want to. You're not usually like this. What's wrong with you today? Is there a fire burning your eyebrows? Actually, Lin Ray was also very curious in his heart. If one were to say who was the most stable in their group, it would be the boy. But looking at his appearance today, Lin Ray's heart was filled with doubts for a moment. Slowly, Lin Ray walked in front. As he spoke, he walked downstairs because he had already smelled the aroma of food. Brother Lei, today is the day of the establishment of the Nine Heavens Trading Company. You are the master of the Nine Heavens Xuanzong Sect and the Nine Heavens Trading Company. If you say that you don't go and take a look, it won't make sense. What? At this moment, Lin Ray, who had already arrived at the hall downstairs, was stunned when he heard Dong Xiaonan's words. Originally, he didn't hear that it would take a few days to settle down. He didn't expect that it would already be done today. No, it's a boy. Since I've handed this matter to you, it means that I have full trust in you. So, you can handle this matter. If you're afraid that there aren't enough people, you can call for more at any time. If anyone dares to disobey you in these few years, I'll take care of them for you. Lin Ray walked to the sofa and sat down naked. He pointed to the seat next to him, indicating for the boy to sit down. No. Looking at Lin Ray's gesture, Dong Xiaonan knew the meaning behind it. So, Dong Xiaonan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Then, she said to Lin Ray excitedly, No, Brother Lei, since you're the master of the Nine Heavens Trading Company, then you have to go and take a look. If you want to find someone to help you in the future, they will know you. The boy's words directly stumped Lin Ray. To be honest, when he heard the boy's words, Lin Ray also thought about it. After thinking about it, it was indeed the case. Sigh. All right, since it's like this, let's go and take a look after we finish eating. At the same time, we'll see if there are any dishonest people. If there are, we'll get rid of them all this time so that they don't cause trouble for me in the future. After deciding, Lin Ray stood up and walked to his room upstairs. He put on the formal clothes that he had bought before. It wasn't very long ago, and Lin Ray still knew a little about formal clothes. So, it didn't take long for him to come down from upstairs again. This time, It was obvious that the clothes he wore before were much more energetic and handsome. Suit and leather shoes were the standard for ordinary office workers. Lin Ray had thought about it when he was an ordinary person, but ever since he came back, Lin Ray had never thought that he would wear it and go to work from 9 to 5. Wow. Lin Ray, who was downstairs, kept fiddling with his tie. Lin Ray always felt uncomfortable wearing formal clothes. At this time, Jean Ling, who was cooking in the kitchen, walked out and happened to see Lin Ray in a suit. For a moment, her eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Ray with a face full of infatuation. Wow, hubby, you're so handsome today. If only you could look like this every day. Originally, when he heard his wife praise him, he felt that it was quite good and quite happy. However, when he heard the words, "I can wear it all the time," Lin Ray instantly collapsed. No, Ling, don't even think about it. This thing can only be worn for so long. If you want me to wear it all the time, you might as well cripple me. On the spot, without any hesitation, he directly said those harsh words. If he didn't say it, he was afraid that no matter where he went in the future, Jean Ling would make him wear such clothes. Therefore, he could only cut off this thought of hers first. Even if you want to wear it, I don't want to see it. Hearing her husband's words, Jean Ling seemed to be angry. She pouted and looked unhappy. Brother Lei, sister-in-law, seems to be angry. Why don't you go and coax her? At this moment, Dong Xiaonan, who had been sitting on the sofa, quickly stood up when she saw this scene. She walked to Lin Ray's side and explained everything. Sai, forget it, it's fine. Let's hurry up. Let's hurry up and finish the matter so that I can quickly take off this body. It's really uncomfortable. Hearing the male brother's words, Lin Ray pretended to be indifferent. Then, he sat down and started eating breakfast. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The breakfast was eaten for a total of 10 minutes. The entire place was silent. No one spoke. They could only eat silently the entire time. Even when they drank the soup, they did not dare to make a sound. Dong! After Lin Ray finished drinking the soup, he placed the bowl directly on the table. For some reason, he seemed to have used a little more strength, and the sound was a little louder. Let's go, young man. He didn't care, nor did he see Jean Ling's expression at this moment. He just shouted at Dong Xiaonan in his heart, and then walked out. Dong! This time, it was Jean Ling. Jean Ling's expression was slightly cold. She looked as if she was the only one who knew how to throw a bowl. She knew how to do it too. She directly threw the bowl and walked upstairs. At this moment, Dong Xiaonan was caught in the middle. She was the most uncomfortable and awkward person. Oh my God, it seems that it's better to participate less in such things in the future. It's very likely that people's lives will be in danger. After seeing the two of them leave, the young man put down the bowl and patted his chest with his hand, pretending to be afraid. Then, he stood up and walked out of the door. Beep! Just as the young man walked out of the door, he heard the sound of a car horn. He turned his head and saw that Lin Ray was already sitting in the car waiting. Immediately, without hesitation, he drove to the side of the car and opened the door to sit in it. You lead the way later, I'll drive. Zzz. The sound of the wheels rubbing the ground was heard. With a whoosh, the car rushed out like an awakened beast. Its speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. That Brother Lei. Why don't we drive like this? If this goes on, it'll be easy for the police to catch us. The young man, who was slightly afraid, grabbed the handle above his head and said to Lin Ray, who was driving, with a trembling voice, Io, young man, in any case, you're also a cultivator. Why are you afraid of the police? Even if they come quickly with your reaction speed, if you can't handle this little bit of difficulty, then what's the point of cultivating? What's the point of cultivating? Although Lin Ray said so, Dong Xiaonan could feel that Lin Ray's driving speed had begun to slow down. Little by little, it finally became the speed of a normal car on the road. This scene made people feel strange. A sports car had been driven into a Chevrolet by them. If those car lovers saw this, they would definitely come up and scold them directly. Brother Lei, you might not be worth it. After you left just now, sister-in-law seemed to be angry. Dong Xiaonan, who had nothing to do and no one spoke in the car, spoke to Lin Ray about Yi Zhuang, who woke up early this morning. What? Lin Ray, who was concentrating on driving, suddenly heard the young man's words. His hands trembled, and the car directly deviated from its original course. The sound of wheels rubbing against each other could be heard. Fortunately, Lin Ray and the young man were both cultivators, so their reaction speed was heaven-defying. In the end, they forcibly corrected the car that had deviated from its original course. F***, young man, don't talk nonsense. Ling is angry? Why? Lin Ray, who was full of questions, asked the young man in confusion. Only then did he put on an expression of humility and ask for advice. Previously, sister-in-law said that you looked good in formal wear, but you said that you wouldn't wear it even if you were beaten to death. Later, I don't know if you did it on purpose, but when you put the bowl down, the sound seemed to be louder. So sister-in-law thought. At this point, the young man didn't continue. The young man believed that he didn't need to say anything else because Lin Ray would also know. Chapter 223. F***, I'm done for. According to what you said, can I still go back to my room to sleep after we go back? At this moment, Lin Ray wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he would have agreed when Jean Ling said that he looked good in formal wear. Alas, forget it. I'll explain it when we go back. I don't think Ling will be so insensible. After that, Lin Ray stopped talking and focused on driving. After a while, Lin Ray's Lamborghini arrived at the bottom of a high-rise building. Well, Brother Lei, this is the Chamber of Commerce of our Jiutian Trading Company. From now on, this is our company. After stopping the car, the young man took the lead and got out. Then, he pointed at the high-rise building in front of him and said proudly, "Oh." Lin Ray, who got out of the car, was a little shocked. After all, these things could not be taken away in the future. Besides, these things were things that Lin Ray could only come across by chance in the past. But for the current Lin Ray, these flood dragons were not even worth a piece of top-grade spiritual stone. In that case, let's hurry up and go to the meeting. After the meeting, I still want to go back and coax Ling. At this moment, Linley was very anxious. Firstly, he wanted to search all the strength in his eyes as soon as possible. Secondly, he had made Jean Ling unhappy tonight. Therefore, these two things were very important. Linley was very anxious. Alas, Brother Lei, I didn't expect that you would be so weak in front of the earthly immortals. I didn't expect that you would be so weak in front of sister-in-law. If those earthly immortals who died in your hands saw this, they would be so anxious to come out of the Nine Nether to seek justice. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the young man couldn't help but laugh. He didn't pay attention to whether this was a public place or not. In an instant, Lin Ray was completely embarrassed by those words. His whole face fell, and he had to be cautious with the light of blame. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but tremble and walk forward. That Brother Lei, let's hurry up and go to the meeting. Aren't you in a hurry to go home? As the young man spoke, he walked into the building. Along the way, he had been holding back his laughter, trying his best not to laugh out loud. Ding dong. At this time, the elevator door opened. Lin Ray and the young man walked in. At this time, there were not many people, only a few. Which floor? Lin Ray walked into the elevator and couldn't help but ask the young man in front of him. Oh, right, I think it's the 33rd floor. I remember John saying yes to me. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the young man hurriedly faced the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor. However, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan didn't notice that when they said John's name, the other people in the elevator all glanced at them at the same time. Oh. Hearing the indifferent response, they went to the corner and waited quietly for the elevator to arrive. Ding dong. Soon, they arrived at the 33rd floor, where the meeting was taking place. As for the other people, they had already left when they reached the 10th floor. As they left, Linley noticed that a few of the women had glanced at them. Let's go. When the elevator door opened, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan walked out and walked towards the 33rd floor. Hello, this is the top floor of Jiutian Trading Company, where the chairman and other directors work. May I ask if you two have an appointment? If there's anything you need, you can tell me. Just as they arrived at the door, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan were stopped by a beautiful receptionist at the door. "Oh, this beautiful lady, it's like this. John asked us to come here for the meeting. So as long as you tell John that Dong Xiaonan is here, I believe he will let us in." At this moment, Dong Xiaonan, who was behind Lin Ray, suddenly felt terrible when she saw this scene. She had forgotten to tell John about this, so she walked out and said to the beautiful receptionist, This is fine." At this moment, the receptionist was in a dilemma. She wanted to inform them, but she didn't want to. She wanted to inform them because if it wasn't, then her job would be invalid. She didn't want to inform them because she was afraid that if it really was the person that John was waiting for, then her job would still be gone. So, in the end, the receptionist decided to inform them. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask now." With that, the beautiful receptionist walked inside. After a while, the beautiful receptionist walked out with a shocked expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Mail. I'm new here, so he knows you. Please don't hold a grudge against me." At this moment, the beautiful receptionist came to Dong Xiaonan with a shocked expression and quickly bowed to Dong Xiaonan to apologize. "Oh, this is nothing. I haven't officially joined yet, so I'm not guilty because I didn't know. If that's the case, can we enter?" After the simple matter was settled, Dong Xiaonan smiled and asked the beautiful receptionist, Yes, please come in." She was already terrified when she found out about Dong Xiaonan's identity. After hearing what she said, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Okay, you can continue with your work." With that, Dong Xiaonan gestured for Lin Ray to enter. When the receptionist saw this scene, she was even more shocked. "Did I ask for your advice today? Why are both of them the bosses of the company?" Of course, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan didn't know what the receptionist was thinking. Of course, they didn't want to know either. Looking at the young man's posture, Lin Ray didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He walked directly in front, and Dong Xiaonan followed behind obediently. When they arrived at the door of the meeting, the young man quickly walked to the door and opened it for Lin Ray. The foreigners, who had been waiting in the room, looked at the open door with excitement. A figure appeared in front of the foreigners. For a moment, the foreigners were very disappointed. They thought that it was the person who had done business for them in the past. Ahem, directors, this is the owner of our Jiutian trading company. He is your master." At this time, when the foreigners were disappointed, Dong Xiaonan walked in and pointed at Lin Ray, introducing him to the foreigners. Suddenly, the originally disappointed foreigners trembled and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Lin Ray and said, "I'm sorry, master. We didn't know you were coming. Please forgive us, director." If the people outside were to see this scene, they would definitely be very surprised. These people were at the top of the world now. Someone who could make them kneel and kowtow was definitely a top existence. "Well, all of you get up. I'm here to take a look and tell you what you have to do next." "Yes, master." The foreigners kneeling on the ground heard Lin Ray's words and said in pure English. After that, they stood up. "By the way, don't call me master in the future. When there are people, you can call me Chief Lin. When there's no one, you can call me young master." As usual, Lin Ray didn't like people calling him master. It was easy for people to think about it. "Yes, we will obey your orders, young master." Upon hearing Lin Li's instructions, the foreigners hurriedly agreed. They couldn't hesitate at all. After all, they had taken a mind-controlling pills that Lin Li had given them. "Okay, everyone take a seat." After coming to the main seat, he sat down. Then, he told the people who were standing to sit down. "Today, I have two things to announce. The first is who will be in charge of the Jiutian Trading Company." Looking at them, Lin Li immediately spoke of the two things that had been weighing on his mind. Actually, Lin Li had already thought about these two things beforehand. The first thing is that I've appointed Dong Xiaonan as the chairman of the Jiutian Trading Company. With him in charge, if you have any problems, you can look for him. Of course, if he can't solve it, he can look for me. At this moment, Lin Ray said the person in his heart with a smile. In fact, Dong Xiaonan already knew about this, so he wasn't surprised at all. The second thing is that I hope the company can quickly resume operations during this period of time. When everything is back on track, we can start to block the business of the 5 major families in Beijing. Of course, before doing this, we have to ensure our own interests. At this point, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with killing intent. His face became even more ferocious and terrifying. Yes, master. We will definitely complete the task you've given us. Hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone sitting there stood up and replied firmly to Lin Rei's words. In that case, if you have anything to say, just say it. Since I'm here today, let's settle it once and for all. Hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone present began to report to Lin Rei. Yes, master. Young master, you said that we can get on track within 3 months. After all, the merger of the 4 companies isn't realistic. We have to consider all aspects, so it should take a long time. As for the ban of the 5 major families in Beijing, that shouldn't be a problem at all. As long as the 4 companies merge, it shouldn't be a problem to wipe out their businesses. What we're doing now is recruiting all kinds of talents. Together with the people we brought, I believe that we should be able to get on track faster. Yes, master. What John said is also what I want to say. Nothing is a problem now. Of course, time is the only thing. As long as we have time, nothing will be a problem. At this moment, a group of foreigners was chattering nonstop in front of him. For a moment, Lin Rei felt that his head was about to explode. Yes, I understand your problem. Time isn't a problem. It's enough to know that you can complete the process by this year. Chapter 2:24. Hearing their questions, Lin Rei didn't mind at all. Anyway, he still didn't know exactly which family moved and kidnapped his mother, so there was still time. Okay, that's it then. Thank you for your hard work these days. If there's nothing urgent, I'll go now. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, he was about to slip away, but he was suddenly stopped by John. Young master, please wait. Is there anything else? Lin Rei looked back at John and asked. Oh no, young master. After all, you are now the chairman of Jiutian Trading Company, so let all the employees know of your existence and your appearance. That way, when you come in the future, they won't be blocked outside because they don't recognize you. Yes, John is right. At this moment, several foreign directors sitting next to him heard John and quickly agreed. Yes, Brother Lei, do you want to be blocked outside like today? At this moment, Dong Xiaonan stood up as well, a smile on his face as he reminded Lin Li. I'll leave this matter to you guys. When you go back, just take a photo and make a copy of it and send it to the various departments. Hearing their words, Lin Rei was silent for a while. Then he thought of a particularly time-saving method and said it. For a moment, everyone was stunned after hearing Lin Rei's words. They didn't know what to say. Okay, don't say anything. Everything here will be arranged by Dong Xiaonan. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. With that, Lin Rei stood up and walked out of the door. This time, no one dared to stop him because their reasons were all resolved by Lin Rei. Outside the door, Lin Rei took the elevator and pressed the first floor. The elevator began to descend. Although many people got on the elevator halfway, they didn't know that this building belonged to the pedestrians who took the elevator with them. Soon, the elevator stopped. Lin Rei walked out from inside and came to the door. He looked up and saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. Damn, I only talked for a few minutes inside. I didn't expect such a long time to have passed. She walked to her Lamborghini and put her hand into her pocket. However, she couldn't find it. Suddenly, she remembered that she had given her keys to the young man when she got out of the car. F***CK. He's not even old yet, and he's already forgetful. What will happen in the future? Looking at the stairs and the road ahead, Lin Rei didn't go up to get the key. Instead, he chose to walk. You're lucky. Turning around, Lin Rei made a face at the highest floor of the building, and then walked in the direction of the beginning. What Lin Rei didn't know was that as soon as he left the meeting room, the young man thought that he was on himself and quickly walked out. But this time, Lin Rei had already entered the elevator. Helplessly, Dong Xiaonan could only take another elevator. However, when she reached the car, she didn't see Lin Rei's figure. Seeing this situation, the young man also knew what was going on. Looks like Brother Lei has returned home. Dong Xiaonan thought that Lin Rei had used magic to return home. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Rei didn't use magic. Instead, he chose to be an ordinary person and walked. As the saying goes, Some people are happy while others are sad. The establishment of the Jotian Trading Company had completed a fatal blow to the entire market, especially the merger of several large consortiums. It was a fatal blow to those who bought stocks. Not only that, whether it was the business world, the political world, or the military world, the comparison attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, this time was quite strange to the outside world. Everyone knew that the major consortiums that had merged had never been united. They were all hostile to each other. This matter was even more puzzling, especially the name Jotian Trading Company. It was even more thought-provoking. In the meeting rooms of various consortiums in Beijing, all of them were full. Everyone's face was full of worry, as if something bad had happened to Gao Xiangyu. In the meeting room of one of the companies, the atmosphere was gloomy. Everyone in the meeting had a gloomy face. No one was willing to speak. All right, I, Long Tian, understand everyone's feelings. I also know why you're here. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table, who called himself Long Tian, spoke. His words were incomparably domineering, and he had the aura of a superior. No one dared to look directly at him. Chairman, what's going on? Why did those large consortiums form an alliance? And why did they do it so far away in Beijing? Aren't they clearly going against us by doing this? That's right. Those consortiums have all merged together. They have everything from restaurants to real estate. Moreover, how can we be a match for them? At this moment, when one person spoke, the crowd went crazy. Everyone spoke one sentence after another. The atmosphere in the meeting room was instantly ignited at this moment. Oof. All of you shut up. Look at all of you. You're all shareholders of a Long Group. Look at you. Long Tian, who was sitting at the head of the table, roared at them when he saw their behavior. He could not stand it anymore. What are you worried about? I didn't say that they're coming for us. You also know that the merger of several consortiums will definitely require a period of adjustment. Therefore, during this period, I'll get someone to investigate the person behind them. However, this time, all of you will have to behave. Don't cause any trouble for me. Long Tian's words seemed to have the effect of a guarantee. Long Tian's words made everyone present speechless. Not a single one of them dared to speak. All right, that's all for now. During this period, I'll get someone to investigate thoroughly. You guys should just do your jobs as usual. Don't think too much about other things. Such a situation could be seen everywhere in Beijing. Everyone's face was the same. Their eyes were filled with fear, but in the end, they would all be intimidated by the person sitting at the back of the table. The matter of the Nine Heavens Trading Company had caused an unknown frenzy. Everyone, including the university students, was the same. They were very supportive of the establishment of the Nine Heavens Trading Company. After all, some of them were about to graduate, and the Nine Heavens Trading Company also had the intention of recruiting. Therefore, for them, this was the future. Everyone who threatened the Nine Heavens Trading Company's interests, regardless of whether it was a company or a politician, started to take action. They wanted to find out who was behind this and who was so powerful that he could merge several large consortiums. The emergence of the Nine Heavens Trading Company had caused a fatal frenzy in the entire world. It had become the focus of attention at the tip of the storm. Chapter 225. And the initiator of all this was strolling through the bustling streets of Yanjing. Hey, little dragon, tell me, why is this space so lacking in spiritual energy? But to this extent, no matter how much this place changes, it's impossible for the spiritual energy to become like this. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't even know where he was. When he had nothing to do, he thought of the little dragon. So, he went all the way and directly pulled the little dragon out of the system. Damn, I say, Lin Ray, where's your civic ethics? You can't do this. Why do you have to pull me out when you have nothing to do? Big brother. I also need to sleep. Okay? At this moment, the little dragon was very helpless. He wanted to flip out, but when he thought that this kind of behavior was useless, his anger dissipated and he only grumbled a few words. Okay, I won't do in the future. The key is that I have nothing to do now, so I want you to help me see how I can eat to help restore this place to the same level as Tianxian. Even if it can't, it's still better than it is now." At this moment, Lin Rei spoke to the little dragon with a pleading attitude. This scene made the little dragon very surprised. "I know that you think I'm very strange, but you should also know that this is the place where I was born and raised. I can't let it be depressed like this. I want to be able to hear the name of this place from other planets or the immortal world one day." The little dragon in the air now listened to Lin Rei's words and didn't know what to say. However, there were some things that he didn't know. After all, he had never been here before. The only time he had been here was when he took Lin Rei away. At this moment, he showed an ashamed expression and said to Lin Rei, "I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on here. Although I was born in Hongmeng, I'm not familiar with every place, so..." Lin Rei, who was originally full of expectations, suddenly felt a lot of disappointment. However, although I don't know what's going on, it's both easy and difficult to restore the abundance of spiritual energy here. Lin Rei, who had originally thought that there was no hope and was disappointed, regained his vigor after hearing the little dragon's words. His eyes shone brightly. "Really? You really have a way to recover spiritual energy?" "Yes, but it's very difficult for the current you. As long as you cultivate to the Daluo realm, you can restore everything here. So, if you want your hometown to be beautiful, it will depend on your ability." The little dragon's words were firmly engraved in Lin Rei's mind. This matter became a driving force in his cultivation. "All right, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, with our relationship, I won't say any more thanks. You can go back now." This was the so-called killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. This sentence stunned the little dragon for a moment before it reacted. F***CK. How can you be like this? In any case, I was the one who thought of a solution for you. Oomph. The little dragon was obviously unhappy. With a cold snort, the little dragon disappeared from Lin Rei's sight. Of course, only Lin Rei himself could see this. With the matter resolved, Lin Rei's heart also became a lot more cheerful. Looking up at the road at this time, Lin Rei's eyes were full of confusion. Where the F***CK is this? If I knew earlier, I would have driven the car. Looking at the unfamiliar place in front of him, Lin Rei was full of helplessness. For this unfamiliar city, Lin Rei really had no idea what to do. D. At this time, a car beeped. A BMW stopped by the side of the road and kept on honking. Lin Rei's attention was all attracted, but the BMW's window glass was the kind that couldn't be seen from the outside, so Lin Rei didn't know who was inside. With a kacha sound, the car door opened. A pair of long legs and white and tender skin made people want to go up and kiss her. However, Lin Rei still hadn't seen that pair of long legs until now. With a bang, a woman walked out of the car and the door was closed. A seemingly familiar person appeared in Lin Rei's sight. At this time, he thought that the woman was very good-looking. She was dressed very seductively, and her pair of high heels made her originally short figure a lot taller. "Yo, Lin Rei, what's the matter with you? We haven't seen each other for a few years. Why don't you recognize me?" Suddenly, the woman driving the BMW came to Lin Rei's side on her high heels. She pushed Lin Rei's shoulder with one hand and said to Lin Rei with a complaining expression. However, at this moment, Lin Rei was still in a state of confusion. When he heard the woman's words, Lin Rei kept searching his memory for information about this beauty in front of him. Unfortunately, in the end, Lin Rei couldn't find her. I'm sorry. My brain hasn't been working well these 2 years, so I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you." The woman was completely stunned. The woman thought that Lin Rei was joking with her, but after looking for a while, she really forgot about him. Suddenly, the woman was extremely embarrassed. When she didn't know what to say, Lin Rei still said, "I'm sorry. I was hit by a car last year, so I have forgotten some people. I'm sorry." He didn't even need to draft a lie that didn't even blush or panic. He just blurted it out. "What car accident?" When the woman heard Lin Rei's words, she carefully observed Lin Rei's actions. In the end, Lin Rei looked at her with an apologetic gaze. "Sigh. All right. Since you don't know me, Let me introduce myself again. The woman helplessly revealed her name and identity. My name is Shui Manor, and I'm your classmate from university. However, it's a pity that all of us heard that you went missing midway. So, I didn't expect to bump into you here. What? You're Shui Manor? After hearing the woman's words, Lin Ray's memories from the past came back to him. There really was such a person called Shui Man, but Shui Man didn't seem so enchanting back then. So, oh, you remember me? Lin Ray's exclamation was naturally heard by Shui Man, who was beside Lin Ray. When she heard that Lin Ray remembered her name, her face lit up. But you didn't seem so beautiful back then. Looking at the classmate in front of him, Lin Ray directly said the truth. Damn, Lin Ray, why are you still like this? Do you know someone who needs to grow up? I could also grow up to be so beautiful back then, but I also feel that you've changed. Furthermore, why did you dye your hair white? When Shui Man heard Lin Ray's words, she smiled helplessly. However, her gaze was indeed focused on Lin Ray's white hair. Sigh. As the saying goes, one's hair turns white overnight. Aya, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you here? Furthermore, you're dressed so formally. Don't tell me you're going on a date? With regards to his own affairs, Linley wasn't willing to let people he didn't want to know too much about him. Therefore, as soon as they started talking about himself, Linley shifted his attention to Shui Man. I'm going on a date. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Didn't I graduate? My classmates insisted on organizing a gathering, so I had no choice but to dress like this. Shui Man's eyes were filled with disdain when she saw the clothes on this kid. It was obvious that she didn't like this outfit. Right, since I've bumped into you, why don't you come along today? Anyway, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Furthermore, those fellows from your dormitory are coming as well. Why don't you make use of this period of time to meet them? Who knows when you'll be able to meet them in the future? Suddenly, Shui Man's eyes flashed as an idea surfaced in her mind. She immediately told Lin Ray about it. To be honest, when he heard Lin Ray say that his roommates were going back, Lin Ray's heart was already moved. After all, they were the ones who took care of him back in school. Every time he was bullied by others, they were the ones who charged forward. This isn't good. After all, I haven't graduated yet. Furthermore, everyone is disappearing just like that. If I go, won't they feel uncomfortable? F***CK. Since when did you become so hesitant? Where did that daring lad go? At this moment, Shui Man heard Lin Ray's words. In that instant, her temper flared up as she cursed at Lin Ray. What's there to be unsuitable about? We were all good friends back then. Why are you still talking about whether it's suitable or not? It's settled then. The location of the gathering is Tang Hua Hotel. If I still don't know the room number, do you have a mobile phone? Let's save our numbers. Shui Man's straightforward personality instantly soared as she decided on this matter, not allowing Lin Ray to refute her. At this moment, Lin Ray felt as though he had seen his university days. I'm sorry. I just came back not long ago, and I haven't bought a mobile phone yet. Why don't you tell me your phone number? I'll go buy a mobile phone later and call you. Lin Ray's words weren't false. He really just came back not long ago. Furthermore, in his mind, he didn't need a mobile phone anymore. Thus, he didn't buy one. However, this was awkward. F***CK. All right, then you better remember this. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Shui Man didn't look down on Lin Ray at all. Instead, she became even friendlier as she told him her phone number without any pretense. All right, I got it. I'll go buy a mobile phone later and call you. However, what time is it for the gathering? I have to go back and prepare. Since things had already come to this, Lin Ray didn't put on any pretense and asked Shui Man directly. Tonight, around 7 p.m. at Tang Hua Hotel. Give me a call when you arrive, and I'll come down to fetch you. Oh, after knowing the exact time, Lin Ray revealed a smile on his face. However, his heart was filled with excitement. All right, since that's the case, I'll go back home to pack. You should leave first. You'll be raped easily in your current state. Chapter 226. As he said that, Lin Ray looked at Shui Man Er's alluring body with a lecherous gaze before turning around and walking away. As the saying goes, the onlooker does not mean anything, but the onlooker does. After Lin Ray left, Shui Man Er's cheeks flushed red and her breathing quickened. After Linley's figure disappeared from Shui Man Er's sight, a desolate expression appeared on her originally smiling face. Her eyes were filled with reluctance to part with Linley. Hayes, is he leaving just like that? I haven't even asked him where his house is. What have you been doing for the past few years? You're leaving just like that? Shui Man muttered to herself as she sorted out her feelings of disappointment and regained her usual demeanor. See you tonight, Lin Ray. She walked to the side of the car and looked at the place where Lin Ray had disappeared. She opened the car door, boarded the car, and drove off into the distance. At this moment, after Lin Ray separated from Shui Man he found a mobile phone store and bought a mobile phone before applying for a SIM card so that he could prepare for the class reunion that night. I didn't expect that I would be able to reunite with them under such circumstances. Hayes, I just don't know if I can still play with them as happily as I did in university. At this moment, he was glued to the road with his mobile phone in his hand. His heart was filled with emotions and melancholy. The moment he thought of his brothers whom he had not seen for so many years and his current status, he could not help but panic. This is all in your head. If you really want to understand, then there's no harm in paying me a visit tonight. If they're still the same as before, then everything will be fine. But if they have really become snobbish, then there's no need to think about them anymore. Just when Lin Ray was feeling conflicted, Lin Ray heard a string of philosophical words that made him feel enlightened. I didn't expect that you would have such a philosophical side to your words. I still thought that. At this point, there was no need for Lin Ray to continue, because Lin Ray thought that he had almost reached a consensus with him. So even if he didn't say anything, he would understand what he was going to say. But who knew? F***CK. Can't you finish your sentence in one go? Why do you have to be so mysterious? Is there any meaning in that? At this moment, the little dragon in the air said to Lin Ray with a displeased look. At the same time, the little dragon asked the question that Lin Ray didn't say earlier. But who knows what's going to happen next? At this time, Linley was already dumbfounded by the words of the rather large little dragon. He had seen stupid people before, but he had never seen someone so stupid. But who would have thought that a person who only knows how to insult me every day would actually be able to spout such good farts? You. As soon as Linley's words came out, Xiaolong's face instantly turned red. He looked extremely adorable. He had always been a chubby little thing, but now that he looked like this, anyone would want to go over and pinch Xiaolong's cheeks. What are you talking about? What good fart? I didn't even... With that, the little dragon swallowed her words under the blanket. Perhaps it was because she was angered by Lin Ray, but she didn't understand Lin Ray's meaning and continued her sentence. Ha ha! Cough cough! At this moment, Lin Ray was so small that he almost stuffed his head into his stomach. In the end, he laughed so hard that he started coughing. I'm not talking to you anymore. Just you wait. You better not come and beg me in the future. Seeing that she couldn't win against Lin Ray, the little dragon could only leave behind some harsh words and disappeared back into the system world. Damn, she's angry just like that. A product of the Hongming period is so tolerant. Looking at the disappearing little dragon, Lin Ray was helpless and could only end the matter helplessly. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had finished scolding the little dragon, could only walk back to his house. Now, the most difficult task was how to appease the angry Jinling Linley, who had originally thought that it wouldn't be a long journey, walk from 11 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon before arriving at his house. Damn, I won't do this again. It's better to teleport home. This is so damn tiring. Along the way, Lin Ray had already experienced the pain of being an ordinary person. However, because of this, Lin Ray was also becoming more and more uncomfortable with the life of an ordinary person. Creak. The big iron door was pulled open by the dark group's disciples. Lin Ray's figure appeared in front of the patrolling dark group's disciples. We pay our respects to the young master. All the dark group's disciples who saw Lin Ray all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Ray. All of you get up. Didn't I say it before? This place is different from other places. In the future, avoid this kind of etiquette if possible. Wait until we reach the real place, then we'll talk again. Looking at their appearance, Lin Ray was also very helpless. These words, Lin Ray had said it countless times. However, they still remembered it on the first day. On the second day, they would return to their original appearance, and all the etiquette would be out. Yes, all the dark group stood up and continued to patrol. Lin Ray, on the other hand, tiptoed into the villa. He glanced at a wall and looked for his wife. Where did he go? Shouldn't he be sitting on the sofa, reading or watching TV at this time? Lin Ray dared to guarantee that he knew his wife's habits quite well. However, in this situation, it was out of his expectations. At this moment, Lin Ray did not find Jean Ling's figure anywhere that his eyes could see. Sigh. It seems that Ling is really angry. TSK, why didn't I see it at that time? At this moment, Lin Ray's heart was filled with regret. If he had paid more attention to Ling Er's appearance, he would have been able to see where she couldn't take off. However, at that time, he only wanted to quickly finish the meeting and take off his clothes, so he ignored her feelings. For this, Lin Ray's heart was filled with guilt. Lin Ray, who was bent over and hiding by a wall, did not notice that the Jean Ling he was looking for had already unknowingly stood behind him. However, at this moment, he was distracted and did not feel Jean Ling's aura. Hubby, what are you doing here? Lin Ray's scream was heard from Lin Ray's mouth. His actions were even more exaggerated as he directly jumped up. Aya, what are you doing? My ears hurt from shouting. Lin Ray's actions made Jean Ling cover her ears with a dissatisfied look. Phew, Ling, you scare me to death. At this moment, Lin Ray was truly frightened. Originally, he was looking for her, but she actually appeared behind him. This kind of plot, even in a TV series, he didn't want to see it happen to him today. Humph. The embarrassing thing was that he just said a lot of words. Lin Ray didn't know if Linger heard it or not. You think I scared you? You're the one who scared me, okay? I just came back from outside and found you staring at me. Besides, with your cultivation, it should be very easy for you to find me at this distance. Who knew that you didn't feel anything? At this moment, Jean Ling revealed a face of dissatisfaction as she spoke to Lin Ray. She had a look of, if you blame me, who am I going to blame? The way she looked. All right. It's my fault. I shouldn't have scared our Linger, all right? It's my fault. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, how could Lin Ray be so stupid as to let this opportunity slip away? He immediately said softly and quickly pulled Jean Ling to the sofa. He pressed Jean Ling down on the sofa. Instantly, this action made Jean Ling feel that something was amiss. No, that's not right. Hubby, your current actions are very wrong. At this moment, the flattered Jean Ling began to let her imagination run wild. Although her husband would usually say such words, today he was too enthusiastic. Sigh, it's like this. After I walked out this morning, I felt that you were angry, but I couldn't coax you in time. I originally wanted to coax you as soon as I came back today, but I didn't expect you to be shocked when I left. Lin Ray's words made Jean Ling come to a sudden realization, and her heart became much clearer. So it's like this for a while, right? Actually, hubby, you don't have to do this. No matter what, we're already an old couple. There's no need for this kind of thing between us. Looking at her husband's appearance, Jean Ling's heart felt warm. It wasn't because of Lin Ray's words, but because of his attitude. In fact, Jean Ling had already forgotten that she had woken up early. That's right. We've been together for 6 or 7 years. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray was immersed in his memories. He thought of when they met. He thought of how Jean Ling had given up her original life for him and followed him back to the powerful mountain range. He thought of every day they were together. He thought of when he had Jeanin. He even thought of how she was willing to die in order to prevent him from getting hurt. In fact, there was no need for words to express the relationship between them. Yes, it's been 7 years. And or should be 5 years old now. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of that little guy, his son. Ever since Jean Un's behavior, Lin Ray had hated him for a period of time, but after all, he was his son. In the end, Lin Ray could only let him enter the dark department and train with those dark department people. It had been more than a year now. At the same time, Lin Ray also understood Jean Ling's feelings. Who didn't want their child to live by their side all the time? Who couldn't go far and see their son every day? And that's right, he has been in there for almost a year. It's time for him to come out. These words made the originally silent Jean Ling immediately excited. The happy expression on her face fell into Lin Ray's eyes without any concealment. Sigh, you haven't had this kind of expression for a long time. Other than a few years when you were on the isolated island, you haven't had such a smile since you returned to the Tianshan continent. Looking at his wife's smile, Lin Ray couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this moment, Jean Ling's expression only appeared when she was lonely and Lin Ray lost his memory. Chapter 227. Unfortunately, Lin Ray couldn't say these words because he knew that he didn't have any burdens when he lost his memories. But now it was different. After all, he had tens of thousands of disciples behind him. In the future, there might be hundreds of thousands or even millions of disciples. In addition, he had the system. Therefore, Lin Ray could only hide these words in his heart. The only thing he could do was to make Linger happy. Okay, you go and tidy up later. I have a gathering today. There are 3 of my best brothers there. When the time comes, I will introduce you to them. At this moment, Lin Ray had already returned to his previous state. His mood was calm as he told Ling about tonight's event. Oh, okay, I will go and tidy up now. Although I know I didn't think it would be that good, I will definitely not embarrass you. Hearing her husband's words, Jean Ling quickly stood up and hurriedly ran upstairs. She didn't know if it was because she was in a hurry, but when she went upstairs, the sound was all thumping. Yeah, it's time to go and see him. I don't know if he will hate me. Seeing Ling disappear, Lin Ray directly stood up and went to a guest room with a guilty expression. He locked the door, and then his body flashed with golden light and disappeared. When he reappeared, Lin Ray naturally came to the 7th floor of the Cloud Pagoda. It was the place where the dark department cultivated. Oh, exhaling, with a heavy heart, Lin Ray walked toward the courtyard. The way he walked, each step was heavier than the last. His heart was incomparably heavy. When he thought that he would be able to see his son soon, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. Ha! 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 Outside the courtyard, the sound of a fight could be heard coming from the courtyard. It could be heard that it was a child. It could also be imagined that there were no other children here other than his own son. Good, not bad. At this moment, a rough male voice sounded. Hearing this, it was obvious that he was praising his son. Lin Ray couldn't help but put his hand on the door. With a little force, the door was pushed open, and a thin figure appeared in Lin Ray's pupils. At this moment, the skinny little boy, perhaps because he was too tired, bent over and panted heavily. The sweat on his forehead flowed down without stopping. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray's heart ached. A child who was only 5 or 6 years old was being trained like this. Which father and daughter wouldn't feel heartache when they saw this scene? Ah, son, I'll let you down. He roared in his heart. At this moment, the tears in his eyes finally flowed down. His lips trembled as he shouted at Jean's back. Inner. Swoosh. The exhausted Jean had wanted to lie down on the floor, but when he heard this voice, his heart couldn't help but tremble. His exhausted body turned around and saw Lin Li standing at the door with tears in his eyes. It was his father. Why are you here? The voice was very calm. It was so calm that it made Lin Ray feel very sad. Seeing this scene, he kept asking himself in his heart, was I wrong? Was I wrong? The Dark Unit greets the Sect leader. At this moment, the members of the Dark Unit were even more shocked. This was because in their hearts, Lin Ray was a godlike existence. Well, you can leave first. I have a few words with Jinan. Seeing the dark section disciple kneeling on the ground, Lin Li nodded. He didn't even look at him as he directly spoke to him. Yes, your subordinate obeys. The dark unit member, kneeling on the ground, had a disappointed expression on his face. He responded, stood up, and walked out. At noon, when only Lin Ray and Jean In were left in the courtyard, Lin Ray opened his mouth and said, "Son, do you have special feelings for me now?" Finally, the words that he had not dared to ask were spoken at this moment. However, when he said these words, Lin Ray was almost suffocating. "I don't hate you. At that time, I didn't do well enough. I put my mother's comfort in such a dangerous situation. If I had been braver at that time, it would have been better. Therefore, I don't want to follow you. You made me realize this point." Calm, still very calm. This kind of calm made Lin Ray feel redundant. It made Lin Ray feel that he was not his father, but his master. "No, I know you hate me, but you have to know that you are the future young master of the Xuanzong sect. In the future, you will inherit my mantle. Therefore, I have to change all your bad habits. I have to let you know the weight on your shoulders. It needs to be strong enough to bear it. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you hate me or not. In short, all of this, I don't regret it." At this moment, all the words in his heart were revealed. Since things had already come to this, Lin Ray was not afraid. Things would only get worse. "Huh?" Jean In sneered, and his face was full of disdain. This scene fell into Lin Ray's eyes. "Well, since you don't want to listen, I won't talk nonsense with you. I came here today to take you out. You have been training here for almost a year. It's time." As he spoke, Lin Ray directly took out the jade that recorded all the basic knowledge and common sense of life. He handed it to Jean In and spoke calmly. "Here, stick this between your eyebrows and circulate your spiritual energy to absorb the memories inside. When you're done, let's go out and give your mother a surprise. She's been looking forward to seeing you every day." After speaking, Lin Ray turned around. Lin Ray knew that at this moment, Jean In was full of resentment and did not want to see him. When Jean In heard the word mother, his heart warmed. A childlike smile appeared on his face. He looked so innocent. In order to connect to his mother, Jean In was very anxious. He had been closest to his mother since he was a child. Therefore, at this moment, Jean In could not wait. Looking at the jade in his hand, Jean In sat cross-legged on the ground and stuck the jade between his eyebrows. Using his spiritual energy, suddenly, a memory that did not belong to him merged with his own. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, a large amount of Lin Ray's memories were merged with Jean In's. While playing, Jean In exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Recalling the memories just now, Jean In was shocked. Okay, don't think about it. When we go out, there will be plenty for you to play with." Lin Ray had been paying attention to Jean In's every move. After Jean In had accepted everything, he turned around and directly clammed Jean In under his arm. With a thought, he disappeared from the system. When he reappeared, Lin Ray was already in a guest room. At this moment, Jean In, who was clamped under Lin Ray's arm, saw the scene change and immediately broke free from Lin Ray's restraint and jumped down. "Isn't it very novel? The memories I just transmitted to you are my understanding of this world and some knowledge of life. Therefore, you should probably know that the clothes you are wearing right now are not suitable for this place." With that, Lin Ray directly took out a set of treasured equipment from his storage ring. Suddenly, a burst of golden light flashed and dazzling treasured equipment filled the entire room. "Here, put it on. Then, use your spiritual power to transform it according to the appearance of my clothes." Jean In's heart throbbed as he looked at the items in his father's hands. After struggling for a while, Jean In took the treasured equipment from Lin Ray's hands and dripped a drop of blood on it. He immediately put it on and transformed it according to the clothes on Lin Ray's body. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Lin Ray watched Jean In's transformation. When he saw that his son was wearing a suit, he was very happy. "Okay, next is your hair. I will cut your hair in a while, so don't struggle." Everything about Jean In was normal except for his protruding hair. At this moment, Linley directly walked over, his spiritual energy exploding out. Using his spiritual energy as a blade, he began to trim Jin-un's hair. This action wasn't approved by Jin-un. Of course, Jin-in wanted to resist, but when he tried to resist, he realized that his body wasn't listening to him anymore. In the end, he could only stand there obediently and let his father do whatever he wanted to him. Let me tell you, in this family, other than your mother and me, you are a cultivator, and your uncles and aunts are all ordinary people. Remember, no matter what, no matter when, don't tell them anything about the profound sky continent. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't help but remind Jin-in. He didn't want to tell Lin Feng and Lin Ro that he was a cultivator. He didn't want to tell even more people. Oomph, so long-winded. I know. Hurry up and do it. I still want to see my mother. Hearing his father nag at Jin-in so much, an impatient look appeared on Jin-in's face as he said to Linley, "Hey, you brat." Although Lin Rei was still a little unhappy when he heard his son say this, he believed that things would get better in the future. After all, he had a long lifespan. What was there to be afraid of? Time passed little by little. The spiritual power blade in Lin Rei's hand finally dissipated. At this moment, Jin-in's appearance had completely changed. There was a young master from ancient times who had turned into a cute young master from modern times. "Okay, let's go. Let your mother see what you look like now." Seeing that everything was done, Lin Rei was relieved. After collecting the hair on the ground, he pulled Jin-in and opened the door to the living room. Wow, I didn't expect the house here to be so beautiful. It's so much better than the houses I've seen before. Chapter 228. Although he had obtained his father's memories, he was still very surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. Hee, look at your silly face. What are you surprised about? This will be your home from now on. Do you see the room upstairs? You can live wherever you want. Of course, that's when no one lives there. Looking at his son's appearance, Lin Rei was very happy in his heart. At this time, Lin Rei decided to let Jin and regain the joy of his childhood. I'm not surprised. I'm amazed, okay? Besides, there's nothing else except for being gorgeous. Moreover, why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is almost scarce? This sentence directly choked Lin Rei's words. Of course, he was even more gratified in his heart. Don't worry about this for now. We still have to live here for a while, so during this period of time, except when your life is in danger, you can use your cultivation. Otherwise, you can only use your physique normally. Right now, Linley still wasn't at ease, and he once more instructed his son. "Aya, you're so long-winded. From the moment you saw me until now, you've said it countless times. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed." With that, Jin left Lin Rei's side and walked upstairs. "You brat, will you die if you don't talk like that? After all, I'm your father, okay?" Looking at his son's personality, Lin Rei could only laugh it off. Then, he followed him and walked in front of Jin, leading him to the room where Jin Ling was. At this moment, Jin Ling, who was in the room, had already put on a white dress for the day. Because of Lin Rei's cultivation, there were no cosmetics or anything like that. Everything was ready, and there was a confident smile on her face. At this moment, Jin Ling was sitting by the bed like a snow-white princess waiting for her prince. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Jin Ling, who was sitting quietly by the bed and waiting for Lin Rei's arrival, heard the knock on the door. A shy expression appeared on her face. Step by step, Jin Ling, who was slowly wearing high heels and a white dress, heard the knock on the door and walked to the door. She held the door handle with one hand. Gotcha! The door was opened from the inside by Jin Ling, and Jin, who was brought over by Lin Rei, was so excited that he revealed himself. At this moment, a scream came from Jin Ling, who had opened the door. Her voice was high and sharp, catching Linley, who was already unprepared, off guard. Inner, is that you?" At this moment, Jin Ling thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She quickly squatted down, held Jinun's hand, and said excitedly. The tears in her eyes flowed out at this moment. Yes, mother, it's me and I'm out. Boo-hoo. At this time, after the two of them confirmed that they were not dreaming, they hugged each other and cried. Her cries grew louder and louder. This made Lin Ray, who was beside her, suddenly feel that he was the most despicable person in the world. Sigh. He sighed and left the place. He went downstairs, took out the flower jiao wine, and drank it. Maybe I really did something wrong, but I don't regret what I did. Lin Ray had been questioning whether his decision back then was right or wrong. But in the end, Lin Ray did not conclude. He only knew that he did not regret what he did. At this moment, Jean Ling and Jean In were no longer crying. Instead, they returned to the room and began to care about him. Son, you've suffered in the past year. Looking at her son who had been separated from her for a year, Jean Ling couldn't help but feel sad. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke in a trembling voice. It's okay, mother. Look, your son has the ability to protect you now. He won't let you get hurt anymore. Hearing Jean Ling's words, Jean In quickly shook his head desperately. Then he showed off his muscle for the past year to his mother. I knew it. My son is the best, the strongest. In the future, I'll have to rely on you to comfort me. Looking at her son rubbing his fists, the warmth in her heart rose. She couldn't help but laugh. Son, in fact, your father had his reasons for doing this. After all, he only had one son. He did this to make you more outstanding and more qualified to inherit everything he had. So don't hate him. It's not easy for your father either. Jean Ling could see that her son already hated Lin Ray, but this wasn't what she wanted to see. I know, but I can't get over this hurdle. When I left alone, I met my father. When he found out what had happened, I could feel that my father wanted to kill me at that time. Later, he threw me into the dark unit for training. In this year, he didn't even visit me once. I can't get over this hurdle. I can't get over this hurdle. At this moment, hearing his mother's words, Jean In understood very well. However, the hurdle left behind was not something that could be resolved overnight. Well, it's good that you know. Your father loves us very much. For us, he can disregard his life. So, I hope that you can treat your father better. Although our cultivators' lives are very long, your father is also very tired. The burden on his body is very heavy. After speaking, Jean Ling said a few words of concern to Jean In. Then, she pulled Jean In out of the room and went downstairs. She happened to see Lin Ray, who had already drunk a lot of wine. Hubby Ui. Seeing her husband drinking alone, she wanted to go up the mountain to stop him. However, after a simple look at his expression, Jean Ling's hand that was holding the wine bottle froze. All right, if you don't let me drink, then I won't drink. Seeing Jean Ling's appearance, Lin Ray understood. The guilt on his face instantly disappeared. The next moment, a smiling face appeared. Let's go. There's nothing at home that Jean can use. Since it's still early, let's go to the mall to buy him some daily necessities and a few sets of clothes. Then, our family will go to the class reunion. He stood up and said to his wife and son before walking out of the door. However, the back view that Lin Ray left them seemed so lonely, and so heartbreaking. Son, let's go. Your father said that he was going to buy you something. Jean Ling said to Jean In with a choked voice. Then, she pulled Jean In's hand and walked out. At this moment, Lin Ray had already driven the car to the door and was waiting for their arrival. Ka! Bang! After the mother and son got into the car, Lin Ray walked towards the shopping mall with a smile on his face. He was familiar with it. Since he had been there once, it would be even faster to go there again. Not long after, the three of them arrived outside the shopping mall. Along the way, the three of them did not say anything. The atmosphere was very heavy. The car stopped, and Lin Ray got out of the car. Jean Ling pulled her son out of the car and stuffed Jean in between her and Lin Ray. Let's go. Go buy some small suits and some clothes for Jean. At the same time, you can see what else he lacks. When Lin Ray saw Jean Ling's actions, Lin Ray understood what his wife meant. After smiling slightly, he pulled Jean In and Jean Ling to the shopping mall and went straight to the men's clothing area on the 3rd floor. Go and pick out clothes for Jean In later. Take this card and buy whatever you see. Buy the best. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, Lin Ray sent them over. Then, he took out the black card and handed it to Jean Ling. Then, he found a place to sit down. Jean Ling knew that Lin Rei's decision could not be changed no matter what. Therefore, she did not force him to stop and pulled Jean into the clothing store. At this moment, Lin Rei sat on the chair and took out his phone. He called the number that Dong Xiaonan had told him before. Do. Hello, you are. The call was connected. Dong Xiaonan's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Lin Rei. In a while, go find a hotel called Tanghua and buy him for me. With one sentence, the man on the other side was stunned. Before he could understand what was going on, Lin Rei had already finished speaking. Okay, I got it. I'll do it right away. Without hesitation, Lin Rei's order was like an imperial edict. No one dared to refute it. All right, you've worked hard these past few days. After this period of time, when I refine a new pill, I'll let you be the first to eat it. Dude, I got it. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Dong Xiaonan was of course happy. With the pill, it meant that her cultivation could be refined again. Just as she was about to respond, the other end of the phone had already hung up. At this moment, in the chairman's office of the Jiuqian Trading Company, Dong Xiaonan revealed a helpless expression and sighed. Sigh, I was born to be busy. With that said, Dong Xiaonan picked up the phone and gave the order. With his current status, how could he personally go to work? Lin Rei, who was in the shopping mall, originally did not plan to go shopping, but in the end, he could not help but go to Jean Ling's side to help pick up the clothes. An hour later, Lin Rei had almost gone through all the clothing stores on the third floor. In the end, he bought everything that he could, whether it was suits, casual wear, or shoes. He bought nearly a dozen pairs. Phew, okay, since everything is bought, it's basically time for dinner. Let's go directly to the banquet. After buying the clothes, Lin Rei took out his phone to look at the time. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon. The time was just right. Okay, I'll listen to you. At this moment, Jean Ling, who was only focused on her son, heard her husband's words and replied without objection. Okay, let's go then. Carrying the slow things in his hands, he followed behind Jean Ling and Jean in and walked toward the shopping mall where the car was parked. Although it looked very heavy on the surface, given how little weight it was, even Jean would be able to easily lift it up, much less someone like Lin Li, who was so powerful that he defied the natural order. Chapter 229. Arriving at the side of the car, all the clothes, shoes, and some daily necessities were all placed in the trunk. At this time, his wife and son were already sitting in the car, waiting for Lin Rei to start the car. Peng. After getting in the car, he entered Tang Hua's location, then started the car and drove towards Tang Hua according to the planned route. At this time, the atmosphere in the car was the same as before. It was very, very dull, and no one spoke. Father, I want to learn level 3 incineration. Lin Rei originally thought that Jean would not talk to him easily. To Lin Rei's surprise, Jean spoke to him. Haha. Well, what my son wants, even if it is the moon in the sky or the stars, I will give it to you as long as you want it. At this moment, Lin Rei's face showed an excited smile. Jean Ling could see that this was a smile from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this scene, Jean Ling also smiled. When you have time, you must teach me level 3 incineration. At this moment, Jean once again said firmly that he must learn level 3 incineration. This made Lin Rei very puzzled. Why was he so determined to learn level 3 incineration? Son, then can you tell father why you want to learn level 3 incineration? This kind of spell is very suitable and powerful. If you want to cultivate it, first of all, the cultivator must walk on the path of a strong body. Otherwise, before you can use it, you'll have already self-destructed. To be honest, Lin Rei really didn't want his son to learn this kind of martial arts. First of all, this kind of spell was very demanding on the body. Second of all, the consumption of spiritual power was huge. Even Lin Rei could only use it a few times. No, I have to learn it. No matter if it is demanding on the body or not, I must learn it. I can cultivate my body and make my body stronger. Seeing his son so determined, Lin Rei didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only agree. Well, whatever you say, when you go back, cultivate your body first. This way, whether you have spiritual power or not in the future, you won't be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Rei had already begun to specify a plan for Jinan. This made Jean Ling, who was sitting at the side, unable to listen any longer. She said, "Hey, do you still treat me as if I exist? All you know is to cultivate and cultivate every day. If all of you cultivate, then who will talk to me?" Obviously, after hearing the content of the conversation between the father and son, Jean Ling was unhappy. She had come out happily, but at this time, she was talking about cultivation. Okay. I won't say it. I won't say it anymore." Looking at his wife's angry appearance, Lin Rei quickly surrendered. "Yes, that's more like it." The car quieted down. Lin Rei also focused on driving the car according to the route. 20 minutes later, at noon, they arrived at the entrance of Tang Hua Hotel. After the car stopped in the parking space, the door opened. Lin Rei and the other two got out of the car and looked up at the gorgeous hotel. When they thought that they would soon be able to see their brothers from university, their hearts were filled with excitement. He took out his phone and dialed the phone number that Shui Man had told him in his memory. After a while, he dialed Shui Man number. Do. Hello, is this Lin Rei? Where are you now? The moment the call was connected, Shui Man voice sounded from the other end. Okay, I'm here. Tell me which floor and which room you are in. Hearing Shui Man call out his name directly, Lin Rei was very surprised. This was because he did not seem to have told her his phone number. Furthermore, this phone was just bought by him. Why don't I go down to fetch you? Shui Man who was on the other end of the phone, was obviously anxious when she heard Lin Rei's words. There's really no need. Just tell me. Lin Rei felt very embarrassed. She was the one who had invited him to the class reunion. If he were to ask her to come out to fetch his family, he would feel even more embarrassed. Oh, okay. Then come to room 508 on the 5th floor. Our university classmates are all here. Oh, okay. After getting the room number, Lin Rei hung up the phone immediately. He then sold his wife and friends to the hotel. According to the room number that Shui Man had given him, Lin Rei took the lift to the 5th floor. He then strolled to room 508. After calming himself down, he stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. The moment Lin Rei pushed the door open, a loud bang was heard. Then, a few ribbons floated from the air and landed on top of Lin Rei's head. Hello everyone. Lin Rei was really not used to receiving such a huge welcome the moment he opened the door. Looking at these familiar faces, Lin Rei hurriedly greeted them. F***, Lao, where have you been all these years? Just as Lin Rei was greeting them, a very handsome man beside him walked up and shouted at Lin Rei. However, when he saw Jean Ling and Jean In behind Lin Rei, he was stunned for a moment. Lao, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be so big now. You're so noisy. Looking at his best friends in the dormitory, Lin Rei was very excited. He couldn't wait to meet everyone right now. No. Lao, why don't you introduce the two behind you to me first? At this moment, the person that Lin Rei called Lao stunned everyone present. As Lin Rei had only reached half the door, they could only see Lin Rei. They couldn't see Jean Ling and Jean In behind Lin Rei. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce them. Hearing Lao words, Lin Rei hurriedly pulled Jean Ling and Jean In out from behind him and introduced them to everyone. Everyone, let me introduce them to all of you. This is my wife, Jean Ling. This is my son, Jean In. Ling, these are all my classmates. After entering the room, Lin Rei introduced them to everyone. However, what Lin Rei didn't know was that when he introduced them, Shui Man was stunned at this moment. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. F***, Lao, I didn't expect you to marry such a beauty after not seeing her for 2 years. Moreover, you even have such a big son. At this moment, the two men sitting behind also walked over. They looked at Lin Rei unhappily and said, "What kind of brother are you? You didn't even invite us when the results were coming out. You're too mean." Lin Rei could naturally tell that they were blaming him from their words. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to contact them. It's really inconvenient. Do you think I don't want to? If I could contact them, I would have done so long ago. Looking at his best friend and roommate from university, Linley's face broke into a smile. He was very happy. Just based on this sentence of yours, we'll drink until we're drunk. At this moment, a very tall man said to Lin Ray. As he said that, he also led them to their seats. These three were Lin Ray's brothers. The tall man who was holding Lin Ray's hand was Wang Hong. He lived in Beijing and had a good family environment. His parents were both businessmen, and he was the eldest in the university dormitory. Wang Hong was the second in the dormitory. The one who was surprised earlier was the third, Subo. Of course, they didn't know his background. They only knew that he was very rich. As for the gentle and weak one, it was the dormitory's resourceful star, C. He was the one who came up with all the plans. To put it bluntly, it was all schemes. However, he was a very loyal person and was called Murongyu. You're really shameless. It's already good enough to let you come to the class reunion. I didn't expect that you would bring your family and even your son. Are you really so poor that you can't afford to eat? The person who spoke was Lei Wu, who had always been against Lin Ray in university. He was a sinister and cunning person who liked to play dirty tricks. However, he was very handsome. After Lin Ray came in, Lei Wu was already unhappy with Lin Ray. However, he didn't expect that everyone would hang around this Lin Ray. Therefore, Lei Wu aimed all the spearheads at Lin Ray. Lei Wu, don't stir up trouble here. Isn't it just the money for a meal? I'll pay for it. Not to mention that it's only 3 people. Even if the second brother invited the whole family, I'll still treat them. Hearing Lei Wu's words, Lin Ray didn't care at all. However, Su Bo couldn't stand it anymore and directly said this sentence. Yes, if the third brother isn't enough, there's still me. Isn't it just the money for a meal? Look at what you can do. At this moment, the big brother, the third brother, and C all stood out and rebutted Lei Wu. Hearing the rebuttal of the 3 of them, Lei Wu was speechless and didn't know what to say. He could only sit down gloomily and silently look at Lin Ray and the rest. Lin Ray, you made me lose face today. I won't let you have it easy either. At this moment, Lei Wu had already made up his mind to take revenge on Lin Ray. Therefore, without anyone noticing, he took out his phone and typed a few words before sending it out. Lin Ray, just you wait. This time, I'll make you kneel on the ground and sing Conquer to me. Lei Wu said with a sinister smile as he looked in Lin Ray's direction. Of course, at this moment, when they saw that Lin Ray had a wife and son, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. Everyone stood beside Shui Man, and started to flatter her. As for Lin Ray's side, only the big brother, the third brother, and C were sitting together, laughing and talking about some happy things. Second brother, I'm very curious. Why did you leave the school back then? Back then, when we went to look for you, your mother said that you were missing. At that time, we went crazy looking for you. Do you know that? The third brother's tears flowed down uncontrollably as he blew the wine in his hand into the bottle. This scene made Lin Ray, who was observing everything from the side, reveal an ashamed expression. I'm really sorry. Back then, I was in a hurry and didn't inform anyone, not even my family. They thought that I was missing, so... Jean Ling, who was sitting at the side, looked at them and her heart started to ache. It wasn't because of them, but because of her husband. Chapter 230. All right, number 2, you don't have to say anything. Since we've seen you today, you definitely won't be able to walk out of here today. Let me tell you, if you don't drink what you owe us today, then our relationship will end today. Su Bo's words were immediately understood by the 2 men at the side. They placed the bottles of white wine on the table and opened all the caps. Oh my God. Number 2, you guys are planning to get me drunk and not let me go home today, right? When he heard number 3's words and the alcohol in front of him, Lin Ray knew that he had to buy this place to drink today. Although Lin Ray knew that they were lying when they said that they would break off their relationship, Lin Ray still felt guilty in his heart. All right, since all of you have said that, don't blame me if any of you regret it later on. When it came to drinking, No one present could be Lin Ray's match. Not to mention the bottles of white wine on the table. Even if the bottle of white wine was 10 times stronger, Lin Ray wouldn't even bat an eyelid. With that said, Lin Ray didn't hesitate as he grabbed a bottle of white wine with a smile on his face and started drinking. Gulping sounds could be heard from Lin Ray's throat. This action attracted the gazes of those who were admiring Shui Manber. Of course, this included Lei Wu, who had already called for help. At this moment, when he saw Lin Ray's actions, he had an uneasy feeling in his heart. However, he didn't know what he was feeling uneasy about. Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were Lin Ray's 3 brothers from his dormitory. At this moment, their eyes were wide open with a look of disbelief as they looked at Lin Ray's bottle of alcohol. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit an egg in them. F***CK, when did number 2's alcohol tolerance become so good? If it was just a bottle of beer, it would still be fine. However, this is pure white wine with over 60% alcohol content. Seeing that Lin Ray was about to finish his drink, Su Bo even felt some regret in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for 2 years, his second brother, who couldn't drink in the past, would be able to drink so much. Moreover, his second brother had upgraded to white wine. No, at this rate, if I don't end up in the hospital tomorrow, I'll change my surname to yours. Si Morong Yu was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Usually, when it came to drinking in the dormitory, as long as he said he was number 2, no one would say they were number 1. Now, seeing that his own brother could drink so much, he was dumbfounded. About a minute later, the bottle in Lin Ray's hand was almost empty. A few seconds later, Lin Ray's bottle was completely empty. Bang! Lin Ray, who had finished drinking, directly placed the bottle on the table. He used quite a bit of strength, so much so that everyone present was startled awake by the sound of Lin Ray placing the bottle down. Huh, brothers, I've finished drinking. You haven't even touched it. Lin Ray, who had finished drinking, looked at the untouched bottles of wine on the table and said to Wang Hong and the others with a malicious smile, Second brother, can I not drink? Look, we haven't seen each other for so long. If I were to drink like this, wouldn't we all be drunk? At this moment, Su Bo, who was quite big in the face of Lin Ray's words, was so scared that his legs trembled. He immediately gave in to Lin Ray. Third brother, look at your conduct. Isn't it just drinking? At this moment, after hearing his third brother Su Bo's words, he retorted with a look of disdain. Then, he grabbed the bottle of white wine on the table and, like Lin Ray, started to drink from it. Seeing one do it, the second one came. Morong Yu saw that his big brother was not afraid. So what was there to be afraid of? He laughed loudly and said, All right, since you all are like this, I have and am afraid. After saying that, Morong Yu grabbed the bottle and raised his head to drink it. This action made Su Bo, who was standing at the side, muster up his courage. After hesitating for a while, he finally grabbed the bottle and drank it like Lin Ray and the others. F***CK. The people here are crazy. If we continue drinking like this, our stomachs will bleed in a while. That's right. Although we've reunited after a long time, it's not like this. Damn, let's hurry up and call an ambulance. Who knows, it might be too late. At this moment, seeing Lin Ray's moving appearance as he drank, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people even took out their phones and started to call an ambulance. However, they didn't see that Lin Ray, who had finished drinking a bottle of white wine, was sitting in front of the table without blushing or panting. He had a smile on his face as he picked up food for his wife and son, and he seemed to be muttering something. Come, son, this saliva chicken is very authentic. I just took a bite, and it's very delicious. You haven't eaten much in the past year. Lin Ray, who was holding a piece of saliva chicken, placed it in a few bowls and said in a gentle tone, Oh, I understand, father. Jean In looked at the meat in the bowl and directly put it in his mouth without any pretense. He started chewing, and as he ate, he responded to Lin Ray's words. Hubby, look, you drank too quickly just now. Drink from the corner of your mouth. It's all stained with wine. Looking at her husband's appearance, Jean Ling could not help but pick up a napkin and help Lindley wipe the corner of his mouth. His chin was stained with wine, and his eyes were filled with love. It made the people beside him feel helpless. "I damn Lin Ray, your daughter-in-law is really virtuous." "Yeah, Brother Lay, your daughter-in-law is really too good." "She's not virtuous, and she even gave birth to such a big son for you." Originally, it was only the people beside him who were envious. In the end, they were suddenly led to their 5- or 6-year-old son. Hearing this, a murderous look flashed across Lin Ray's eyes. Then, he looked at the person who spoke with a smile. "That's right. My wife is very great. It's too hard on her. When she called him Jean in, it was too painful, so I let my son take her surname. It was so that he would be grateful for the pain his mother went through when she gave birth to him. With a wife like this, what else can a husband ask for?" This sentence stunned everyone present. Everyone present thought that this child was not Lin Ray's, but the son that Lin Ray's current wife had brought over. In the end, Lin Ray's answer caught them off guard. "Ah, all right, then you're really lucky," that person who was stirring up trouble said helplessly. Then he walked towards the back. "Hubby, how many times have I said it? I wanted our son to take your surname back then, but you just had to do it like this. Even now, you're still saying that I've said too much. I'm very happy to be able to give birth to a son for you. I'm willing." This public display of affection had blinded the eyes of everyone present. "Ha, ha, ha. Then congratulations, Lin Ray. I didn't expect you to become a father at such a young age." At this moment, Shui Man who had been silent all this while, walked forward. She held a glass of red wine and toasted Lin Ray. "Oh, Shui Man I really have to thank you. If I hadn't met you, I might have to wait a long time before I could meet my boss and the rest." As he said that, Lin Ray held up the glass of red wine in front of him and clinked it against Shui Man glass. "Take it as me and my wife toasting you." "Thank you." After speaking, Lin Ray downed his glass in one gulp. Then he called Jean in, who was eating a lot, over and said to Shui Man, "Jean in, my son is your classmate. Son, this is your father's classmate. In the future, call her Annie when you see her. Also, everyone here is of the same generation as me. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand, father." After speaking, Jean turned around and greeted Shui Man, and everyone present. "My name is Jean In. Greetings to all the aunties and uncles." After speaking, Jean In returned to his seat and started eating. Strictly speaking, Jean In hadn't eaten for almost a year. Ever since Lin Ray sent him to the hospital, he hadn't eaten anything. When he was hungry, he would eat the fasting pills. When he was thirsty, he would drink the spiritual liquid that Lin Ray had specially prepared for him. Therefore, his resistance to the food in front of him was very weak. After all, Aaron was only a 5- or 6-year-old child. "Child, don't be offended." Looking at his son, a hint of guilt flashed past Lin Ray's eyes. However, no one noticed it. Lin Ray didn't know that Shui Man, who had been paying attention to him, had noticed this. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds directly caused the gazes of Lindley, who was talking, and the others to shift over. In front of them, Wang Hong, Su Bo, and Murong Yu had already finished a bottle of white wine. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! A burst of silly laughter came from Su Bo's mouth. Ha! Ha ha ha! Second brother, your alcohol tolerance is so high that we can't catch up to you no matter how hard we try. Wang Hong's voice sounded. Although his face was a little red, Lin Ray could feel that the alcohol in their bodies was slowly evaporating. This scene piqued Lin Ray's interest. However, Lin Ray hadn't used his cultivation or divine sense to check the bodies of Wang Hong and the rest. Therefore, he didn't know whether they were cultivators or not. All right, big brother, don't blame me. Aren't you guys the same? In the past, a bottle of white wine would be ready immediately. Now, it's as if nothing happened. Laughing, he came to Wang Hong's side and hammered Wang Hong's chest with a smile. Ah, that's right. Third brother, you can't be the only one who has changed. Not only have you changed, but I also realize that your hair has turned white. However, you look better now. You look more domineering. You've changed a lot. Finally, Wang Hong's gaze landed on Lin Rei's white hair. His words carried a hint of contemplation as he spoke to Lin Rei. Io, let's stop chatting. Since we're here for a meal, let's sit down and have a meal. At this moment, Su Bo was already afraid. He didn't want to drink anymore. Therefore, he found an opportunity to get everyone to sit down in the name of having a meal. Haha, third brother, it's been 2 years. You haven't changed at all. You're still so cunning. You're the one who started drinking. Now, you want to mess with the stall? Do you think that's possible? Chapter 231. Seeing how third bro Su Bo was determined to get out of this drinking situation, Linley looked at him with disdain and couldn't help but tease him. Yeah, third brother, can you do it? It's just 1 bottle and you're already scared. You can't be so embarrassing in front of our nephew. It wasn't just Lin Rei. Even Si and Murong, you stood up and ridiculed Su Bo. For a moment, Su Bo's words became the target of public criticism. Su Bo didn't expect this at all. F***CK. It seems like I dug a hole for myself today. In the end, I buried myself. Hearing his brother's words, Su Bo laughed bitterly. He mustered up his courage, grabbed a bottle of wine, and said to Lin Rei and the others, "Come on, since it's a reunion of brothers, how can we not drink together? As the saying goes, before you die, you could drag a few dozen people down with you." Therefore, Su Bo directly said this to Lin Rei and the others. F***CK. You're F***king courting death. Wang Hong and the others looked at the wine in front of them and cleared their throats. Then, they grabbed the bottle of wine with an attitude of in for a penny, in for a pound. Okay, I hope we'll be reunited and never be separated in the future. Come on, cheers. After saying this, Lin Rei and the others raised their heads and downed the wine. Their actions were very heroic. However, while they were drinking, Lei Wu had already sneaked out of the room. When he came outside, he took out his phone, pressed the button, and dialed. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Hello, is this Wu Zi? On the other end of the phone, a rough voice sounded. Lei Wu couldn't help but feel happy as he spoke excitedly. Yes, it's Brother Bao. We're in room 508 on the 5th floor of Tanghua. I don't know where you are. Oh, we're already here. Just wait. Your brother will definitely help you settle your grievances. The person called Brother Leopard said confidently. Brother Leopard, don't worry. Lei Wu won't be able to do anything. Okay. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Put in the room. You can find a guy called Lin Rei. He has a wife and a son. They look very pure. If Brother Leopard wants, you can have them anytime. At this moment, Lei Wu spoke with a sinister expression and a sinister tone. Okay. Wait here. We'll go up right away. When Brother Leopard heard that there was a woman, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to make a call. Then he sped up. At this moment, Brother Leopard and the others had already started eating. More than 20 people took the elevator to the 5th floor of Tang Hua Hotel. At this moment, Lin Rei and the others, who were still drinking to their heart's content in the room, were teasing Su Bo, who had taken the bottle down midway. Hee, old third, you really can't do it. You can't do it after drinking so little. Looks like I'll have to find you to drink more in the future. Otherwise, you won't be able to drink to your heart's content. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't hide his ridicule at all. His eyes were full of disdain. F***CK, old second, that's not right. You can drink, but that doesn't mean I can too. However, I'll forget about what you said today. F***CK, I'll go all out today. As he said that, he started drinking again. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived. With a bang, the door to room 508 was kicked open by a group of people just as Linley had placed the wine bottle on the top of the table and taken a few sips from it. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, everyone was startled, especially Su Bo, who had just mustered all his courage to drink. He was so frightened by the loud noise that he choked on his drink. F***CK, what's going on? How dare you come to my place? Don't you want to live anymore? Su Bo, who had been suppressing a bellyful of grievances, completely exploded after this scare. No matter who it was, he directly shouted in the direction of the source of the sound. "Humph, kid, shut the F***CK up. This has nothing to do with you. Don't court death. We're here to look for Lin Ray and his wife. If the rest of you have nothing to do, just sit quietly where you are." Among the 20 to 30 people who walked in, the leader was Brother Leopard, who had been called in for Lei Wu. He called out names to the entire room. Looking for me? After hearing that group call out his name, he was slightly surprised. Apart from the time when he was surrounded by his ex-girlfriend, he didn't seem to have offended this group of people before during the cultivator battle. At this moment, Lin Ray's heart was filled with many questions. Lin Ray blamed them for not explaining. However, the only thing he knew was that this group of people must be here for him. Moreover, they might be here for his wife and children. This was something that Lin Ray couldn't tolerate. "Oh, brothers, may I know why you're looking for me? I don't think I've ever offended you, let alone know who you are." Prejudiced by first impressions, Lin Ray directly asked the question in his heart. As long as he knew who wanted to deal with him, that was enough. Who was I? It turns out that you're such a coward. All right, since you're Lin Ray, let's talk about the conditions. Give your wife to me, and let us play with her for a few days. After that, we'll settle the matter separately. How about it? Brother Leopard's words determined his fate. There was only one ending, and that was death. Good. Scheming against my mother. I think you're courting death. At this moment, Jin, who had been eating, heard Brother Leopard's words. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have such an ugly expression on her face. As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage flashed out. In an instant, he arrived in front of Brother Bao, who had spoken, and directly punched him. Just one punch, and that person called Brother Bao was knocked to the ground. When they looked again, Jin had already returned to his original position and was now beside Jin Ling. A scream was heard. Before anyone could react, the battle was already over. Of course, other than Lin Ray and Jin Ling, the others in the room also saw Jin's actions, including Lin Ray's 3 brothers. Of course, they were shocked that a 5- or 6-year-old child could be so strong. At this moment, they were even more curious about this brother of theirs whom they hadn't seen for 2 years. Even if you don't say it, I know who it is. At this moment, Lin Ray thought back. The only people he had offended recently, other than the strong people from various countries, was Lei Wu, who had just lost face. Of course, the strong people from various countries wouldn't let a weak piece of trash come here to show off. The only one left was Lei Wu, who was present. I just didn't expect that after being classmates, you wouldn't even be able to save face. You actually asked an outsider to come and mess with me. It's fine if you mess with me, but what I can't tolerate the most is that you use my family as a stake. At this moment, Lin Ray's expression was extremely cold. The murderous aura on his body was even more intense. Of course, this was within the range of Lin Ray's control. The people around him couldn't feel it all. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't care about our friendship as classmates, Lei Wu. Finally, the name that puzzled everyone was finally spoken by Lin Ray. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to Lei Wu, who was standing at the door. So what? I'll show you what's wrong. So what? I just don't like you. So what? Today, you can't run away. There's so many people. Can you beat them? Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Lei Wu directly admitted to the matter. The ferocious expression on his face made people a little scared. I used to have a motto. As long as it's my reverse scale, no one should touch it. Once touched, it's death. Seeing Lei Wu admit it, Lin Ray's face revealed a bloodthirsty expression as he spoke to everyone present. Since their friendship as classmates had reached this stage, there was no need to reunite in the future. As he spoke, Lin Ray glanced at the 3 brothers, and then said lightly to the air, I don't want to see them, including the person who tried to return Ling heir. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Ray was crazy. But only Lin Ray, Jin Ling, and Jin knew that this was an order to the dark group in the dark. Yes, young master. Just as Lin Ray finished speaking and everyone thought that Lin Ray was an idiot, a voice sounded. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the back of the room. There, four men in black stood there. "Boss, let's go. There's no need to stay here. Let's go somewhere else and continue drinking." Lin Ray, who didn't care about this matter at all, said to Wang Hong and the other two brothers, "This, okay." At this moment, they were shocked. No, it should be said that their second brother had brought them too much shock today. Seeing that they had agreed, Lin Ray pulled Jin Ling and Jin In out of the door. At the door, Lin Ray turned his head, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly to the four men from the dark group, "Hurry up and settle this. Then get the boss of this place to come and see me. Remember this group of people. I don't want to see them in the future, especially my classmate Lei Wu." After giving another order, Lin Ray opened the door and walked out. But before he left, everyone knew what he meant by, "I don't want to see them in the future." Everyone was stunned, especially Shui Man. She didn't expect that something like this would happen when she called Lin Ray over. At this moment, she felt extremely lonely in her heart. A bunch of ants. How dare they say such arrogant words to our young master, a young lady, and our young master. Since they have the ability to say such words, they must have the ability to bear the consequences. The four men from the dark group had been following them in the dark. They knew what had happened previously. Therefore, at this moment, the anger in their hearts exploded. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" After the four men from the dark group finished speaking, they knocked on the bodies of the 20 to 30 people who had suddenly barged in and Lei Wu at a speed that no one could see. With every knock, there would be a kacha-kacha sound. At the same time, screams could be heard from the bodies of the people who were knocked on. Chapter 232. In an instant, the dining area had turned into a living hell. Of course, the members of the dark section weren't fools. When they were attacking, they had placed some spiritual energy on each of them to seal their five senses. Thus, no matter how loud they screamed, Lin Ray's classmates wouldn't be able to hear them. "All right, we played enough. Let's get to work. It's best that we don't let such things happen in the future." As he said that, the four members of the dark section began to kill the 30 to 40 people. However, Lin Ray emphasized on Lei Wu at the end. They had taken good care of him. In the end, all the bones in Lei Wu's body were shattered. Not a single part of his body was left intact. The bones and flesh in his body had all fused together. Now that the matter is settled, there's no need for them to remain here. When one of the members of the dark section saw that the mission was completed, he immediately cast a fire element spell on the dead people. In an instant, all the dead people were burned to ashes. "All right, the matter is settled. Release them." After the matter was settled, the four members of the dark section hid themselves and released all the people who were frozen. At this moment, the people who were recovered by the dark section looked at each other and around the room. They wanted to find out where those people had gone. However, to their disappointment, they couldn't even see a shadow of them. Even Lei Wu had disappeared. At this moment, Shui Man, who had been standing in the middle of the crowd, had turned pale. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with fear as she stood rooted to the ground. As it turned out, the spiritual energy seal that the members of the Dark Tribe had used as the foundation was only a normal person. However, if a cultivator who also possessed spiritual energy were to use it, the seal would be broken easily. Unfortunately, Shui Man, was one of those cultivators who possessed spiritual energy. How could this be? Lin Ray, how could he have such powerful subordinates? Furthermore, why did he become so cruel? At this moment, Shui Man's mind kept replaying the scene of the 20 to 30 middle-aged men and Lei Wu being tortured by the four members of the dark section. Every time she thought of this, Shui Man, felt her scalp go numb. "Hayes, it seems like you've changed a lot in just 2 years. You used to be a kind person, but now you've become so terrifying and overbearing." thinking about how the person whom she had been thinking about day and night for the past 2 years had become someone whom she did not recognize anymore. Shui Man, but did not know if she should be happy or sad. She only felt that there was a lump in her chest that she could not breathe. As for the ordinary people who were frozen in place, their faces were filled with confusion. In the end, no matter how they thought about it, they still couldn't figure it out and could only leave unhappily. With such a thing happening, all of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. In just a few minutes, all of them flew off in different directions. At this moment, only Shui Man was left in the room. She sat on her seat and waited blankly at the door. No one knew what she was thinking about. Lin Rei and the others walked out of the room and casually found a room and walked in. Similarly, it was the innermost room on the 5th floor. The atmosphere in the room was very heavy. No one knew what to say. Everyone was looking at Lin Rei. "Father, I'm still hungry." No one said anything, but that didn't mean that Jin In, the youngest child, didn't know how to speak. With a single sentence, he pulled the awkward atmosphere back. "All right, when the waiter comes later, ask him to serve the best food here, all right?" Hearing his son's words, Lin Rei was naturally very willing to agree. After all, at this moment, he was most willing to let his son talk to him. "Oh," Jin In listened to his father's words and sat quietly in his original spot, waiting for the waiter to arrive. "All right, let's not wait here anymore. We didn't drink to our heart's content just now. Let's get some more wine later. We're not going home until we're drunk." Jin In's words disappeared, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy again. Of course, this wasn't what Lin Rei wanted to see. At this moment, Lin Rei looked at Wang Hong and the others and said with a smile, "F***CK, second brother, don't tell me you're still going to drink like that." Hearing Lin Rei's words, the three of them forgot about the situation just now. At this moment, they were most concerned about the issue of drinking. "That's right. Don't be a coward. Anyway, it's still early. If you're drunk, you could tell me your home's address. I'll get someone to send you back. If it really doesn't work, although my house is small, it can still accommodate you. Of course, if you don't mind." At this moment, Lin Rei obviously couldn't let them go just like that. It wasn't easy for them to gather together. If they wanted to leave without drinking, that was impossible. F***CK, second brother, what are you saying? Don't mind if you don't mind. Back then, we live in your house for a long time, let alone here. Even if we sleep on the floor, we're fine with it. Murong Yu, who was sitting at the side, heard Lin Rei's words. For a moment, his face turned ugly, and he said with a dissatisfied tone, all right, I won't say it in the future." Hearing Si and Murong Yu's words, Lin Rei's face revealed an awkward expression, and he quickly surrendered. The few of them, one after another, directly separated Jin Ling and Jin In, as if they were no longer there. "Oh, right, this is my son, which is also your nephew." At this moment, Lin Rei felt Jin Ling and Jin In beside him and directly pulled them over, introducing them to the boss, Wang Hong, and the others. "Oh, not bad, not bad. This kid's thinking is very similar to yours. I didn't expect that among the four of us, you were the first to get married and have children," Su Bo said with a displeased expression. On the other side, he kept teasing Jinan. "Gotcha." Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, the door was pushed open. Lin Rei and the others stopped chatting and turned their gazes to the door. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears walked in slightly. Without looking at anyone, he directly faced Lin Rei and approached him. "Hello, young master. I'm the manager of this hotel. I'm also a manager of the Jiutian Trading Company." Seeing this scene, Lin Rei knew that all of this was arranged by his male brother, so he didn't mind at all and directly ordered, I got it. In a while, bring us the best dishes in this hotel. As for the wine, you can take it as you see fit." "Okay, I'll go order it now and bring it up immediately." Hearing the order, the middle-aged manager quickly responded and turned to walk out. Bang! They were locked by the manager. However, at this moment, Lin Rei noticed that Wang Hong and the others were acting strangely. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Just as Lin Rei watched the manager disappear, he turned around and saw Wang Hong, Su Bo, and Murongyu. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking at him with disbelief, which made Lin Rei feel very awkward. Damn, second brother, Jiutian Trading Company is yours? At this time, Su Bo, who had the smallest brain but was quite loyal, asked Lin Rei with a tone full of disbelief. Then, Wang Hong and Murongyu looked at Lin Rei with curious eyes, waiting for Lin Rei's answer. Hee, I didn't expect you to know about the Jiutian Trading Company. Hearing their words, Lin Rei didn't feel surprised. After all, Lin Rei found that his brothers here weren't simple. Nonsense. Who doesn't know about the Jiutian Trading Company? A few days ago, a company called the Jiutian Trading Company suddenly appeared in Yanjing. Moreover, according to reliable sources, this Jiutian Trading Company is the merger of several companies in the top 500. Thorough. An extremely thorough answer. Coming from Su Bo's mouth, Linley was even more certain that their clans were far more powerful than he had imagined. This was because, other than some channels, only some people living at the top could know about the merger of companies. Now that Su Bo knew about it, one could imagine how powerful his family was. That's right, the Jiutian Trading Company is mine. Since you all know about the Jiutian Trading Company, I won't hide it from you. Since they were brothers, Lin Rei didn't hide it from them. This was because Lin Rei's previous actions had already proved that they were still the same as before. The Jiutian Trading Company is indeed mine. Not for anything else, but as you all know, I found my younger brother and sister, but I still don't know where my mother is. I suspect that the use of my mother has something to do with the 5 major families in Yanjing. Therefore, the only thing I need to do now is to use my business ability to block the 5 major families and cut off their resources. As soon as he said this, Wang Hong and the others' expressions changed instantly, revealing expressions of worry and fear. Of course, when they heard Lin Rei's next sentence, they were terrified. Of course, when the time comes, if they still don't call out my mother, I don't mind making the 5 major families disappear from this world. F*CK. When he heard Lin Rei's words, Su Bo, who had always believed him, was so shocked that he blurted out vulgarities, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Rei's frankness made Wang Hong and the others feel a warm feeling in their hearts. However, at the same time, Lin Rei's words made them feel as if they had fallen into an abyss, and their bodies were incomparably cold. No. Number 2, you can't destroy the 5 major families. At this moment, Su Bo suddenly stood up and spoke in an unwavering tone. Oh! Hearing Su Bo's words, Lin Rei's face revealed a look of doubt. However, at the same time, this was something that Lin Rei had planned long ago. He couldn't give up just because of one sentence. No. Number 3, I can ignore the other families, but I can guarantee that the Su family will definitely not touch your mother. Oh, Su Bo, the Su family. The answer in his heart was obvious. Su Bo was so insistent because he was from the Su family. No wonder. Chapter 233. Third brother. I didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so well. You're actually from a Su family, one of the 5 great families. Looks like I've underestimated you. At that moment, Lin Rei thought about how the person he used to call his brother was someone who lived a carefree life at the top of the food chain. Lin Rei couldn't help but feel touched. For people at the bottom of society like him, even if they had brothers, they would at most be on the same level as themselves. Because at the top of the food chain, people like him were beneath contempt. Oh, that second brother. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that if I had told you back then, with your temper, you would have definitely cut ties with me. So, at that moment, third brother Su Bo's face was filled with guilt when he heard what his second brother had said. But even if you're from the Su family, so what? Can you guarantee that no one from the Su family was involved? Lin Rei knew that Su Bo wouldn't touch his mother, but Lin Rei couldn't guarantee that no one else in the Su family would. Lin Rei's words hit Su Bo where it hurt. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to do. As Lin Rei had said, even if he didn't do anything, it didn't mean that no one else would. That's why I have to get to the bottom of this. But don't worry, without any evidence, I won't accuse anyone. Seeing third brother like this, Lin Ray didn't feel good either, but he had no choice. His mother's life was at stake, so he couldn't care less. Sigh. All right, I'll get my father to search the entire Su family. If it's really my family that kidnapped Annie, second brother, you don't have to say it. I'll cut my own throat in front of you as an apology. Since he had already said that, Lin Ray had nothing else to say. The only thing he could do was to trust his brother. All right, I believe you, but you have to hurry. Who knows when the people from the business world will make a move? I can't guarantee that. All right, I'll definitely go back and talk to my father. Hearing Old Second's words, Su Bo quickly agreed. However, Old Second, don't underestimate the 5 great families. In fact, this world is still not as simple as you think. Now that the family's matter was settled, Su Bo could finally relax. However, when he thought about how his brother had to fight against the 5 great families by himself, Su Bo could not help but remind him. His face was filled with worry. Oh, since you're so knowledgeable, then tell me about the 5 great clans. Anyway, the dishes aren't here yet. Hearing Su Bo's words, Linley's interest was piqued, and he asked him about it. All right, then I'll tell you about the distribution of the 5 great clans. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Su Bo didn't hide anything and directly told him everything he knew. The 5 great clans are the Long family, the Shui family, the Su family, the Ouyang family, and the Morong family. They usually have their own things to do, so they don't gather often. As he spoke, Su Bo couldn't help but become serious. At this moment, the alcohol that he had drunk earlier instantly sobered him up. Firstly, the Long family is the strongest and is ranked first among the 5 great clans. Their family's strength is not to be underestimated. Not only that, the Long family is a huge figure in the business world. As for the Shui family, I don't know much about them. Their family is the most mysterious, but at the same time, they are also the most terrifying. I only know one of them, and that is Shui Man, our classmate. She is the daughter of the current head of the Shui family. Su Bo's words shocked Lin Ray. Shui Man was from one of the 5 great clans and was like a brother to him. Who the hell was he playing with? Haha, you guys are really something. I really underestimated you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to have the strength of your family behind you. If not for today's coincidence, I wouldn't have known and been kept in the dark by you guys. At this moment, Lin Ray's face revealed an angry expression. However, he was extremely gratified in his heart. Thinking that his brother was from one of the 5 great clans, he felt rather proud. Of course, this was for an ordinary person. Sorry, we didn't follow you and lie to you. It's just that, upon hearing Lin Ray's words, everyone present revealed an ashamed expression. All right, I got it. You can continue to talk about the other families. Looking at their expressions, Lin Ray understood in his heart. Therefore, he quickly stopped them and changed the topic. Oh, next I will talk about the Ouyang family. There isn't much to do with the Ouyang family. They are considered a mid-tier existence among the 5 great clans. The current head of the Ouyang family is Ouyang Zhen. Their strength in the business world is still all right. As for my family, I don't think I need to talk about it. When I go back, I will turn the entire Su family upside down. When the time comes, the results will directly appear. As for the Morong family, I think that other than C, no one else here has the qualifications to introduce them. At this moment, what Su Bo didn't want to talk about was his own family. Therefore, after saying a few words, he changed the topic to Morong Yu, who had been waiting for a long time. Second brother, I'm sorry. I also lied to you. However, don't worry. I will be like third brother. When I go back home, I will let father take action. I can guarantee with my integrity that the Morong family will absolutely not touch Annie. As he spoke, Morong Yu's face revealed an awkward expression as he promised Lin Ray. His tone was unwavering. All right, I believe you. However, since it's already like this, then let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and eat. Today, I'm very sad about your deceit. Therefore, this wine, we are determined to have it. Therefore, don't find excuses to escape. As they spoke, the dishes that Lin Ray ordered had all been served. Moreover, there was some white and red wine. After he finished speaking, Lin Ray pretended to be angry, picked up the wine, and drank. All right, today, let's drink until we're drunk. Wang Hong, who was at the side, had been watching this scene the entire time. He understood in his heart, so he didn't say much. He directly grabbed the wine bottle, raised his head, and drank. A meal of wine. If they drank like this, then it wouldn't be a meal of wine. It would be a vat of wine. The way they drank was simply not caring about their lives. Jean Ling and Jean In, who were at the side, kept looking at them. They drank bottle after bottle. Slowly, more and more wine bottles appeared at the corner of the table, and the four people who were drinking became more and more blurry. Bang! Lin Ray and the others, who were drinking, suddenly heard a sound. They saw that Su Bo was still lying on the table, and Wang Hong was almost done for. As for Murong Yu, it was even more exaggerated. He just closed his eyes and drank until now. It's been hard on them. Looking at his three brothers, Lin Ray couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Linger-san, are you full? At this moment, they had all fainted. Lin Ray also felt that he was almost done, but it wasn't to that extent. He turned around and asked his wife and son, who were sitting beside him and hadn't spoken much the entire night. Yes, we've already eaten our fill. However, seeing that you guys are chatting so enthusiastically, we didn't want to disturb you. Hearing her husband's question, Jean Ling replied with a smile on her face. Jean In, who was beside her, was burping the entire time. All right. Since that's the case, then let's leave this place. They're all drunk. Let's bring them home today. Looking at his brother's appearance, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He reported to his wife and said to the heir, bring these 3 people to the villa area. Remember, treat them well. Don't neglect them. Swoosh! Just as Lin Ray finished speaking, 4 men in black appeared in the room. We'll obey young master's orders. The 4 men from the dark operation bowed to Lin Ray, Jean Ling, and Jean Un. Then they brought Su Bo and the other 2 back to their own villa. Let's go, Ling Un. It's time for us to go home. After eating and drinking their fill, they brought their wives and children back to their own villa and fell asleep immediately. As for Su Bo and the other 2 who had been brought back by Lin Ray, they were thrown into a random room by the dark operation. At this moment, Lin Ray and the rest were asleep. However, after what had happened last night, Shui Man would think of how those people had died the moment she closed her eyes. Her ears were filled with screams of agony, and she couldn't fall asleep. She didn't want to tell her family about this matter. Hence, she could only hide her head under the blanket and try her best not to think about it. In the blink of an eye, the night turned into day. That night, many people couldn't fall asleep. For example, the Su family and the Murong family, which were 2 of the 5 great families. How could they fall asleep when their young masters disappeared? Furthermore, their parents couldn't fall asleep either. However, they didn't know that their sons were lying on someone else's bed, dreaming and sleeping. Hee hee. The morning air was always the best. At this moment, a powerful sound could be heard from the courtyard of the villa. A 5 to 6-year-old child was putting on his clothes and sparring with a middle-aged man. However, from the looks of it, the child seemed to be having a hard time. The sweat on his forehead could not help but flow down. On the other hand, the middle-aged man who was fighting against him was completely fine. He stood in the same spot with a calm expression. Young master, your lesson for today is over. Why don't you take a rest? At this moment, the middle-aged man asked the 5 to 6-year-old child. His tone was extremely respectful. No, I'll practice for a while more. Father has already promised me that when my physical body's cultivation increases, he will teach me the level 3 incineration spell. Hence, I have to achieve the most beneficial effect in the shortest time possible. This young man was Lin Ray's son, Jean In. When he woke up at night, he recalled the promise that Lin Ray had made the previous day. Hence, he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the courtyard to find a member of the dark operation to start day of training. This was all for the sake of fulfilling the promise that Lin Ray had made to him, the level 3 incineration spell. Chapter 234. He like father like son. Father is so strong. Son is still so hard-working, alas. It seems that we have to work hard to cultivate. That's right. Although the Sect Master is only at the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage, he killed an Earth immortal back then. At this moment, the members of the Dark Department who were hiding in the dark saw their young master working so hard. For a moment, their faces were filled with admiration. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just quietly do our job. We don't know anything else, and we don't care. Our mission is to absolutely obey orders. Just as everyone was discussing, a person next to them hurriedly said to everyone and then returned to his original position. Yes, that's right. They all agreed with their companion's words. They nodded to each other and returned to their original positions. Early in the morning, the sun gradually rose. Most people had already woken up at this time. At this moment, in a room on the second floor, Lin Ray walked over in a daze from his sleep. HM, I didn't expect to drink too much again. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was not to get up and put on his clothes, but to lie on the bed and reflect on himself. Hubby, actually you didn't drink much. You're just a little drunk. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from his side. For a moment, Lin Ray recovered from his regret. Looking at his wife lying beside him, Lin Ray smiled dotingly. Oh, is that so? He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Ray turned around and kissed Jean Ling on the forehead. Then, he began to put on his clothes. Ling, hurry up and get up too. There are guests at home today. At this moment, Lin Ray had already remembered what happened yesterday. At the same time, he also remembered that there were 3 best friends who had been brought back from the quilt at home. Alas, I know. Isn't it the brother who drank with you yesterday? Hearing her husband's words, Jean Ling sat up in dissatisfaction and began to put on her clothes. What's wrong? My Ling, seems to be very opposed to it. Hearing Jean Ling's words, Lin Ray turned around and looked at Jean Ling with a mischievous smile. No, let's hurry up and put on our clothes. At this moment, Jean Ling was most afraid that Lin Ray's bestial nature would erupt. At that time, the clothes she had just put on would be torn apart. Well, I'm just scaring you. Looking at his wife, so cute, Lin Ray is happy. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, he began to put on his clothes quietly. At this time, Lin Ray was already dressed neatly. After tidying up a little, he opened the door and walked out. Linley, who had just left the room, spread out his divine sense and saw that Su Bo and the others were still sleeping soundly in the rooms downstairs. For a moment, a naughty smile appeared on his face, as though he had come up with a naughty idea. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, then don't blame me. After saying that, Lin Ray went downstairs and went straight to Su Bo's room. He pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at Su Bo, who was sleeping soundly, Lin Ray directly used a shoe on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow, that sour feeling really made Lin Ray, who had asked before, angry to the point where he felt the anger of both men and gods. It was unknown what Su Bo asked in his sleep, but he was directly awakened by this smell. What's wrong? What's wrong? Su Bo, who was awakened, had his eyes wide open. His nose was inhaling and exhaling, absorbing the smell from his mouth and the socks he had worn. Ugh. Suddenly, Su Bo, who had just woken up, realized something. He directly reached out and took the thing out of his mouth. Suddenly, his whole body froze. This King smell was coming from his own socks. Suddenly, when he thought of the quilt in his mouth, his entire stomach began to churn and he retched. Ha! Lin Ray, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but stand up. CK. Number 2. Tell me, did you do this? Did you? Su Bo, who was retching with his head lowered, heard the laughter coming from the room. He looked up and saw Lin Ray, who was laughing so hard that his face was red. Subo immediately understood. All right, number 2, so is all you're doing. After saying that, Subo directly chased after Lin Rei barefooted without caring about the consequences. Yo, number 3, why are you complaining about your own socks? Besides, I didn't do anything. Lin Rei couldn't help but tease as he turned his head to look at Subo, who was chasing after him relentlessly. At the same time, Lin Rei and Subo's movements directly woke up number 2, Wang Hong, and Murong Yu, who were staying next to them, and they walked out. In the end, when they pushed open the door, they saw the 2 people chasing after each other. Instantly, the 2 of them laughed. Number 3, that's enough. Can't you see that we're in number 2's house right now? Can you pay attention to your image? If your sister-in-law sees this, it won't be good. At this moment, he stood at the door and scanned the surroundings. His eyes were full of shock, and then he warned Subo sure enough. After hearing number 2's words, Subo stopped chasing and returned to his room alone. He casually tidied up and then walked out tidily. All right, number 2, I didn't expect you to do this to me. Just you wait, don't let me catch you. Subo, who had just come out, sat at the dining table and said to Lin Rei, who was sitting opposite him. His tone was full of hidden bitterness, which made number 2 and laugh. Number 3, what's the big deal? Didn't you just eat your own socks once? It's fine, it's fine. This sentence once again ignited the quiet Subo. Since it came from Wang Hong's mouth, it meant that Lin Rei had already told them about his embarrassing incident. How could he tolerate this? I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Subo was about to get angry, Lin Rei hurriedly admitted his mistake. Remember what you said. Number 2, I don't want to... At this point, Subo didn't continue, but his throat squirmed a few times. Just as everyone was talking about the incident, suddenly a loud shout came from outside. This voice was full of immaturity, and one could tell that it was a child's voice. What's going on? After hearing this, everyone was interested. The 4 of them looked at each other and stood up to walk out of the door. At this moment, Jin was fighting with a member of the dark group. Every move was fatal, and every move was enough to kill an ordinary person. F***CK. Number 2, is your child a pervert? How could he train to this level at such a young age? Everyone, aside from Linley, had a look of astonishment on their faces when they saw Jin-un's physical battle. Subo, who was next to him, was so shocked that he cried out directly. He had to be careful, and he liked Jin even more. This child, when did he start training? His clothes are wet. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't listen to Subo at all. Instead, he was focused on Jin-un, whose clothes were soaked. Immediately, he walked towards Jin-in with a pained look in his eyes. The 2 people who were fighting also noticed Lin Rei. They hurriedly stopped fighting and bowed to Lin Rei. Greetings, father, young master. Seeing their actions, Lin Rei didn't feel that there was anything wrong with them and responded, When did you start training? Your clothes are wet. Quickly go inside and wash up, then change into a clean set of clothes. This sentence was enough to let Lin Rei experience the feelings of a father at this moment. However, Jin-un's next sentence turned Lin Rei to stone. No, father, I'm just holding on to the promise you made to me. As long as I have a strong enough physical body, you have to teach me the level 3 incineration you promised last night. Hearing his son's words, Lin Rei felt terrible. What promise? Even if you don't have a strong physical body, as a father, can't I teach you? All right, you go and wash up first. As for the level 3 incineration, wait until we reach the immortal realm. With the guidance of the immortal Qi, we'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Colleague, I'll also teach you a set of body forging techniques. Here, no matter how much you train, you won't be able to forge a body like mine. In fact, Lin Rei had wanted to tell him this yesterday, but he didn't have the chance. What? Hearing his father's words, Jin-in looked at Lin Rei with a puzzled expression. Yes. Because body forging requires an endless supply of spiritual power to strengthen every cell in the body. Right now, spiritual power is extremely scarce here. No matter how strong you want to be, it's impossible. Therefore, the only way is to quickly finish things here and leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Ray's words were very clear. He thought that Jean would understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing his father's words, Lin Ray's face revealed a look of disappointment. All right, hurry up and tidy up. In these few years, you can treat this as an experience. Do well. A good childhood is better than anything else. Looking at his son's appearance, Lin Ray also felt very uncomfortable. However, this was the truth. Therefore, Lin Ray could only smile and let Jean accept reality. All right, go wash up and eat. He patted Jean on's head with his hand and said dotingly. After that, he walked into the villa. At this time, Su Bo and the others were looking at all this with a puzzled expression. They didn't know what Lin Ray had said. It turned out that what Lin Ray had said to Jean just now was through voice transmission and not through his mouth. Damn, second brother, what the hell are you doing? Su Bo was really curious. In the end, he couldn't hold back and directly blurted out. Su Bo's words attracted the attention of the boss and C because they were also very curious. Chapter 235. Oh no, nothing. When he walked to the door and heard his brother's question, Lin Ray smiled awkwardly and then walked into the house. Damn, second brother, can you not keep us in suspense like this? The three of them were originally in high spirits as they waited for Lin Ray's answer. In the end, Lin Ray said this. All right, hurry up and come in to eat. Hearing the words of Su Bo and the other two, Lin Ray didn't say anything. Instead, he directly said to the three of them. He also sat in front of the dining table and ate the breakfast that Jean Ling had prepared. Sigh, forget it. If he doesn't want to say it, then so be it. Let's hurry up and eat, and then we'll go to our various homes. At this time, Wang Hong saw Lin Ray's expression and knew that as long as Lin Ray didn't want to say it, even if he put a knife to his neck, he wouldn't say it. Oh, got it. The three of them walked in, sat at the dining table, and buried their heads in food. The meal was quickly finished without them saying anything. Well, second brother, we've eaten and drunk. We'll investigate your matter thoroughly when we get back to the family. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. But before that, don't act rashly. Do you understand? At this moment, after the three of them finished eating and were sent to the entrance of the villa by Lin Ray, Su Bo and Murong, you couldn't help but remind him again. However, when they spoke, their eyes clearly revealed a look of fear. He got it. Before I get any news from you, I won't act rashly. Don't worry. Lin Ray knew what they were worried about. When they arrived here, Lin Ray and their families would have a conflict, and they would be caught in the middle. In the end, they wouldn't know who to help. You and I are your brothers, and one is your family. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. All right. In these few days, since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll look for you again when we're free. As they spoke, the few of them got into the car that Lin Ray had prepared for them and drove in the direction of their respective homes. Sigh, why'd you break up so quickly? Lin Ray couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw the brothers he had just reunited with leave without saying much. But overall, it was still very good. After all, he had lived such a life for many years. It's time for me to cultivate too. I've been back for so long, but I haven't cultivated much. If I continue like this, I'm afraid my cultivation will become superficial. After watching his brother leave, Lin Ray made a decision. Anyway, it would take 3 months for the company to return to normal operations. He might as well use these 3 months to go into seclusion and consolidate his cultivation and focus on his spells. After making the decision, Lin Ray returned to the villa and came in front of Jean Ling. He instructed Jean Ling, Linger, I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. During this period of time, you must take good care of your brother, sister, and son. As for other matters, you don't have to worry about them. When Su Bo and the others come, You can say that I've been abroad for a few months. Jean Ling, who was cleaning up the dishes, heard Lin Ray's words without any preparation, and her face showed a sad expression. Okay, you go into seclusion. You don't have to worry about the matters at home. With me and the surrounding dark department, I believe there won't be any problems. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Ray felt relieved. Okay, I know. With you here, I'm very relieved. After speaking, Lin Ray didn't say anything else and directly returned to his room. Without any hesitation, he disappeared from the room with a thought. When he reappeared, Lin Ray had already arrived at the 8th floor of the Cloud Pagoda. Who? F***CK. These few years are still the most suitable for me. After entering, Lin Ray felt the Cloud Pagoda filled with spiritual power. Lin Ray's face showed a happy and satisfied expression. Hee, it's also time to see that group of little brats. I haven't seen them for so long. I wonder how their cultivation is. Since returning, Lin Ray hadn't come to see Wan Yu and the other 5 disciples. Lin Ray felt very guilty in his heart. With a guilty look on his face, he hurried over to where his disciples were training. However, as soon as he entered, Lin Li heard that they weren't training. Instead, they were sitting together, chatting about something. Their faces were filled with joy, and they were chatting and laughing. F***CK, a group of little brats. I still feel guilty for not coming back to see you all for so long. I didn't expect that you all didn't even cultivate. Instead, you're here talking and laughing with me. Let's see if I don't spank your butts in a bit. Thinking about this, Lin Ray's face showed a happy smile, and he walked in. What's the matter? Since you're so happy, why don't you tell Master? Lin Li's words caused the 5 of them, who had been chatting and laughing, to come to an abrupt halt. The smiles on their faces froze as well. Damn, why is Master standing here? In the spiritual world, estranged words were transmitted to the minds of the junior brothers and sisters. Who knows? He really hasn't been here for a long time. Who knew that he would come in at this time? Lin Ray didn't know what they were talking about. Even so, Lin Ray could imagine that they were talking about how he came in. Little brats, I haven't been here for a few days, and you're already so presumptuous. You don't even cultivate anymore, and you even want to talk to me. Do you have nothing better to do? Looking at their appearance, Lin Ray's smile froze. His face tightened, and his cold voice reached the ears of Wan Yu and the others. Plop, plop. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the clansmen who were sitting on the ground quickly turned around and knelt on the ground. They said embarrassedly, Master, we want to discuss if we can cultivate. Yes, Master, we were discussing the Tao. I accidentally got too engrossed in the conversation. At this time, the youngest disciple, Carlo, raised his head and looked at Lin Ray with an innocent face. Immediately after Carlo finished speaking, Wan Yu and the others who were kneeling on the ground with him all laughed. Even Lin Ray showed a helpless expression when he heard his youngest disciple's words. Alas! Oh, Carlo, you didn't know how to lie in these few years, did you know that? Every time you speak, I know that you're lying. Looking at his 5 troublesome disciples, Lin Ray's face was full of helplessness. Although their cultivation was higher than his, Lin Ray knew that their foundation was not stable and their spiritual power was not solid. Therefore, he didn't let them out. Alas! Get up. Looking at them kneeling on the ground, Lin Ray's heart ached. After all, they were all his disciples. Lin Ray couldn't bear to let them kneel on the ground. Hee, I knew that Master is the best. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the 5 people kneeling on the ground stood up. Among them, the oldest, Wan Yu, ran to Lin Ray's side and held Lin Ray's arm. She intimately leaned on Lin Ray and said with a smile, you still have the nerve to say that. Do you know that Master let you cultivate here for your own good? I didn't expect that you would let Master see such a scene. Tell me, can you live up to Master's expectations for you? Looking at the smiles on their faces, Lin Ray hurriedly made a painful expression for them to see. Master, we know that we were wrong. We'll go cultivate now. We'll go now. Looking at their master's appearance, they hurriedly lowered their heads as if they were in the wrong. Even Wan Yu, who was hugging Lin Ray, did the same. Alas. All right, it's fine as long as you know. Master came this time to see how you were doing, and then I'll go into seclusion. So, during Master's seclusion, you have to consolidate your cultivation. When Master comes out, I'll take you out for a walk. Linley's words caused the 5 of them, who had been silent, to instantly let out excited screams. Oh, Master, you're too good. We love you so much. The few of them walked forward at the same time, hugged Lin Ray's body, and kissed Lin Ray's face. Damn, you guys are good. How old are you? You guys and girls are all so improper, every day. At this moment, although Lin Ray said that he was very happy in his heart. All right, you guys hurry up and cultivate. Master also needs to go into seclusion. Looking at them, although Lin Ray was a little reluctant, he came this time to go into seclusion. So, we got it. Take care, Master. Hearing their master's words, the few of them hurriedly gathered together, bowed to Lin Ray, and went to various cultivation areas. A smile appeared on Linley's face when he saw this. When he saw that they had all entered a state of cultivation, Linley's body disappeared from where he had been standing. When he reappeared, Lin Ray was already on the 9th floor, the highest floor of the cloud tower. At this moment, the little dragon's voice sounded in Lin Ray's mind. Time waits for no man. Since you've decided to cultivate, let's begin. Got it. I won't be able to talk to you for the next few days. Just stay in the system quietly. When I come out of seclusion, I'll look for you. Upon hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray revealed a smile on his face and quickly responded to the little dragon. Haha, at least you have a conscience. But I advise you to cultivate well for the next few days. By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. Once your cultivation reaches the Mahayana stage, you can cultivate the 2nd level of the Chaos Sutra. Originally, Linley's heart had been very calm, but after hearing Xiaolong's words, Linley's originally calm heart was instantly stirred up by enormous waves, directly impacting Linley's soul. What? You said? Is what you said? Is it true? I can cultivate the 2nd level of the Chaos Sutra after reaching the Mahayana stage? Chapter 236. Not bad. The little dragon looked at the excited Lin Ray. For a moment, the entire atmosphere was stirred up by Lin Ray's excitement. All right, I got it. I'll definitely cultivate well in the next few months and strive to reach the realm you mentioned. Actually, when Linley said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in his heart. After all, in the profound sky continent, every increase in level required an enormous price to pay. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the profound sky continent was extremely dense. But here, there was nothing except spiritual energy. There was no edge of life and death, no comprehension of life and death, and no comprehension of realms. Therefore, Lin Ray had no confidence in breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Haha, good. It's good that you have confidence. Since that's the case, I will leave first. During this time, cultivate well. When everything is settled, quickly find a teleportation array and try to leave this place as soon as possible. This is not your main battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, the little dragon's voice disappeared. Looking at the empty 9th floor, Lin Ray smiled helplessly. Sigh, Mahayana realm? Easier said than done. If it was in the mysterious sky continent, it might be possible, but this is a place where spiritual energy is extremely scarce. Can I really break through in seclusion this time? With a powerless body, Lin Ray closed his eyes and entered cultivation. The primal chaos scripture in his body began to operate. The spiritual energy in the surroundings began to gather toward Lin Ray's body. Finally, it all poured into Lin Ray's body. As he said, there was no time in cultivation. Not to mention, in this barren cloud pagoda where there was no sun and no alternating sun and moon, Lin Ray didn't know how long he had been cultivating. He only knew that he cultivated from the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage to the peak of the late stage of the crossing calamity stage before stopping. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Since Lin Ray began his seclusion, a year had passed. He originally thought that it would take 3 to 4 months and a few days, but he didn't expect it to take so long. Within a year, many things could happen. As the saying goes, a myriad of changes happen in an instant. There was not a single moment in this world that did not change. In the past year, the people in Beijing had been in a state of panic. Every day, there were people who were worried about going bankrupt. The establishment of the Nine Heavens Trading Company has caused the stock market to continue to soar, causing those who buy stocks to be in fear every day. What they were even more afraid of was that while Lin Ray was in seclusion for 3 months, Lin Ray of the Nine Heavens Trading Company had begun to use his own commercial channels to suppress the business of the several large families. Every day, the 5 great clans suffered losses. This made the people of the 5 great clans extremely angry. They had secretly investigated the boss of a Nine Heavens Trading Company, but the only result they found was that they couldn't find anything. This was because, aside from the high-ranking shareholders of a Nine Heavens Trading Company, only the general manager, Dong Xiaonan, knew about it. Therefore, this matter had always been a headache for them. They had thought of going to the Nine Heavens Trading Company to ask for the reason, but they didn't go in the end. This was because they felt that they were superior to others. Therefore, for the sake of face, they began to use money to fight to the death. As Lin Ray's brothers, Su Bo and Murong, you were very surprised when they received this news. This was because they knew that Lin Ray had clearly told them that he would not attack businesses. However, now that things had turned out this way, they were very puzzled. Therefore, on the first day of the incident, Su Bo and Murong Yu hurried to Lin Ray's villa to ask for the reason. However, to their disappointment, after they arrived at Lin Ray's villa, Jinling's answer was that Lin Ray had left for a long time and would not be back for a long time. Hearing this, Su Bo and Murong Yu went back. After that, they came back a few times every month to ask Lin Ray why. However, every time they came, they would be met with a wall. This made them even more puzzled. They even began to suspect that Lin Ray was purposely avoiding them. What made people speechless was Black Shadow, the leader of the dark group. Not long after Linley's closed-door training, he came back at noon. After being questioned by the other dark group members, they found out that Black Shadow came back because he didn't know where he was driving to. In the end, he had to ask people along the way before he hurried back. Previously, Lin Ray had given the Dark Department the mission of informing the Black Shadow. On the second day of Jing's return, the Dark Department had told the Black Shadow the news. The Black Shadow had also obeyed Lin Ray's orders and came to a place not far from the Peking University and squatted down. After squatting for a short while, the Black Shadow used his divine sense to see the target of the mission Lin Ray had given him. From then on, the Black Shadow had been secretly observing Lin Feng and Lin Ro. In the end, he finally found where they were, the Ouyang residence. As for Lin Feng and Lin Ro, when Lin Ray went into seclusion, they found out about Jin Un's existence. Moreover, they were very annoyed and puzzled. Their big brother had only disappeared for 2 years, but in front of them was a 5 or 6-year-old child. This made them very puzzled. However, under Jin Ling's explanation, they accepted Jin Un's existence at noon. Moreover, whenever they had time, they would take Jin in to buy things. All kinds of good things were buried on Jin Un's body, which made Jin Ling very touched. As for Dong Xiaonan, who had been busy with work, she came back after Lin Ray went into seclusion. After learning that Lin Ray had gone into seclusion, the male brother took control of all the company's matters, including 3 months later, the Nine Heavens Trading Company successfully went on the track and launched an attack on the few great families. However, what was even more inconceivable was that within this year, Yao had secretly given birth to a child for Linley. This was something that no one had expected, not even the people from the Dark Group who had been following her around. Seeing this scene, the Dark Department originally wanted to report it to Lin Ray, but they didn't know whether to report it or not. In the end, the Dark Department asked the child's mother, Yao for her opinion. In the end, Yao didn't agree, so the Dark Department could only give up. Yao-Er's father didn't know about this matter. He only knew that Yao had said that she would go out for a few months, but he didn't expect that she would go out for a year. Sometimes, she would just call him to tell him that she was safe. As for the school, she had taken the initiative to apply for a leave of absence for herself. This matter was resolved just like that. All of this had exceeded the scope of Lin Ray's imagination. Originally, Lin Ray had only wanted to go into seclusion for a few months and wait for the company to succeed before coming out to take charge of the overall situation. He didn't expect that so much time would pass when he started cultivating. On the 9th floor of the Cloud Pagoda, Lin Ray, who had been in seclusion for a year, finally woke up. Seated on the prayer mat, Lin Li's spiritual energy surged explosively, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His entire aura seemed to have improved significantly compared to before he had entered secluded meditation. Slowly, Lin Ray's eyes, which had been closed for a year, opened at noon. His eyes carried the vicissitudes of life and confusion as he looked ahead. Sigh, I still haven't broken through to the Mahayana realm. It seems that it's wishful thinking to break through to the Mahayana realm here. With a sigh, Lin Ray recalled what he had learned during his seclusion and the second level of the chaos scripture that the little dragon had mentioned before. Now, it seemed that it was all for naught. Zung, 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 zung. The moment Lin Ray stood up, the sound began to come from Lin Ray's body. The frightening sound was like the sound of bones rubbing against each other, but also like the sound of bones breaking. The whole scene was horrifying. Haha, it seems that the results of my seclusion are not bad. I didn't expect that not only did I break through in my cultivation, but also in my physical body. Originally, Lin Li had only been thinking about making a breakthrough in his training. He hadn't expected that as soon as he stood up, Lin Li would sense an enormous surge of power coming from his physical body, filling his entire body. In this moment, Lin Li's entire body was filled with power, but he had nowhere to release it. Ha! Now, even if I meet an Earth Immortal cultivator, it won't be as tragic as the last time when I fought with my companion. At this moment, sensing his own strength, Lin Li was very clear in his heart. If he were to encounter an earthly immortal stage cultivator again, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time. After the battle, if it wasn't a draw, he would be able to wipe out that earthly immortal stage expert. Sigh, you really haven't improved at all. Tell me, when will you stop being so arrogant? Just as Lin Ray was secretly rejoicing and self-evaluating, a figure that he had not seen for a long time appeared in his eyes. I say, Lin Ray, can you not be so narcissistic? Didn't you just break through a small realm? It's not like you broke through to the Mayana realm. What's there to be proud of? You're really shameless. Just as Lin Ray was feeling complacent about his 2 breakthroughs in his physical and physical body cultivation and was in a good mood, such a person had to come and make trouble for him. Moreover, this person's words were not wrong at all. This made Lin Ray very unhappy. F***CK, little dragon, will you die if you don't ridicule me for once? You're always like this. Can't you let me be happy for a while? Must you make me wear a dead face all day long? Lin Ray said to the little dragon who appeared in front of him in an unhappy tone. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to smack the little dragons, but until it split open. However, there was no other way. The little dragon was a spiritual body and not a physical body, so he could only think about it. All right, I'll stop messing around with you. Since you've leveled up by 1 level, you should know that the price you'll have to pay in this short period of time is F***king expensive. So, you should be mentally prepared. As he spoke, the little dragon's expression instantly became serious. Lin Ray was very embarrassed, but when he heard the little dragon's words, Lin Ray's face had the same expression as the little dragon's. Okay, I won't beat around the bush with you. You'd better look at it directly. This way, you'll have a solid foundation in your heart. The moment the little dragon finished speaking, all the information about himself appeared in front of him. Name, Lin Ray. Age, 24. Cultivation, Peak of the Crossing Calamity Stage Experience. 2,532 billion. Spiritual Roots. Thunder, Fire, Wood, Metal, 4 Chaos Spiritual Roots Talent. Peak of the Mahayana Realm Cultivation Technique. Chaos Scripture, Level 1. Incomplete. Devouring Heavenly Technique, Growable. Hongmeng Alchemy, Entry Cultivation Technique. Cloud Formula. Emperor Cultivation Technique. Martial Techniques. Butterfly Steps, Entry Level, Stellar Finger, Proficient, Silent Thunder Spear Art. High-level Profound Martial Technique. Now practiced to the entry level. Can produce 3 Thunderbolts. Myriad Sword Art. Heaven Rank. Level 3 Incineration. Emperor Level. Dragon Subduing Step. Emperor Level. Shura Spear Art. King Level. Shura Sword Formation. King Level. Spiritual Treasure. Martial Emperor Godly Spear. High-level Spiritual Chi Growable. Myriad Magic Sword Gradeless. Myriad Beasts Furnace Equipment. Cloud Stepping Boots. Spiritual Weapon Upper Grade. Purple Cloud Robe. Spiritual Weapon Upper Grade. Purple Cloud Inner Armor. Spiritual Weapon Upper Grade. Purple Jade Crown. Immortal Weapon Lower Grade. Purple Jade Wood King Hairpin. Immortal Weapon Lower Grade. Mount. Red Flame Tiger. Advanced Stage of Crossing Calamity. Lucky Draw Wheel. 2 War General Lottery System. The War General Lottery opportunity has been used up. This system has been permanently sealed. Reputation Points. 130,000 Exchange Points. 50,000 Spiritual Stones. 0 Earth Rank Alchemist. 100,005,000 Top Grade Spiritual Medicine. Heaven and Earth Treasures. 50 kilograms of purple gold nephrite. 50 kilograms of purple gold sandside mission. Within 300 years. Reach the cultivation level that the system thinks of. If you can't do it, the system has the right to kill you directly. When your strength is improved again, rescue the suppressed Paishio. Pills. 11 Mind Control Pills. 8,000 Mind Control Pills. Damn, I can't live anymore. The experience points have skyrocketed by 200 million. Little Dragon, tell me, do you still want to let me live? At this moment, when he saw all his information, Linley was stunned. Although his face was in a daze, he was very happy. After all, he had accumulated all this bit by bit. It was the result of his hard work. Oomph, you brat. Do you think I don't know you? Although that's what you say, your heart is already blooming with joy. In this world, the one who understood Lin Ray the most was the system spirit, the little dragon. Other than him, no one understood Lin Ray better than Lin Ray. Little dragon, I'm starting to suspect that you're not the system spirit, but the worm in my stomach. You can even think of what I'm thinking. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray couldn't help but smile helplessly. How disgusting. I'm a high and mighty existence. Even God won't accompany me in carrying my shoes. How dare you say that I'm the worm in your stomach? Judging from the little dragon's tone, it was obviously unhappy. All right, hurry up and go out. Do you know that you've been in seclusion for a year? You don't know what's going on outside. You better go out and take a look. The little dragon's words made the originally calm Lin Ray completely anxious. He hurriedly said goodbye to the little dragon, and then with a thought, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, Lin Ray had already returned to his room. Damn, I didn't expect that a year has already passed after I was in seclusion for a while. I don't know what's going on outside. With that said, Lin Ray's face was filled with anxiety. He pushed open the door, walked out of the room, and came to the hall. At this moment, in the hall, many people were sitting together, laughing and talking about some happy things. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray suddenly felt a sense of happiness in his heart. Chapter 237. They're all here. After regaining his senses from that trace of happiness, Linley walked downstairs and asked the people in the living room with a smile on his face. The sudden voice stunned the group of people who were talking and laughing merrily. Hubby. Among the few people who were stunned when they saw Lin Ray, Jean Ling was the first to come back to her senses. After seeing Lin Ray, she screamed and pounced toward the stairs. When Jean Ling saw Lin Ray again, it was as if her brain had short-circuited. She instantly pounced on Lin Ray. Her legs directly blocked Lin Ray's waist and hung on Lin Ray's neck. Her tone and attitude were gentle as she hung on Lin Ray's body. With a blushing face, she asked Lin Ray, "Hubby, when did you come out? Why didn't you inform me when you came out?" When Jean Ling came to Lin Ray was stunned. When he heard his wife's words, Lin Ray came back to his senses. It's okay. Didn't I just come out?" Looking at his wife who had lost her signal, Lin Ray was indeed very concerned. He responded to his wife, Jean Ling, who was hanging on his body with a loving expression. "Okay, hurry up and come down. How old are you already? Aren't you afraid of embarrassment? So many people are watching." "Ah, you're so naughty." At this moment, after hearing Lin Ray's answer, Jean Ling realized this. She was already blushing and could get down. Jean Ling's face was now as red as an apple, making people want to go up the mountain to take a bite. Seeing this scene, Linley, who had been in closed-door training for a year and whose body was filled with an extremely strong desire, almost lost control of himself in front of everyone's eyes when he saw his wife, who was filled with such charm and beauty. "Damn, this won't do. If this goes on, even if I don't burn with lust, I won't be able to control myself." He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Lin Ray could feel the fire in his body rising. He quickly pulled his wife off his body. "All right, Ling, if this goes on, I really don't know what to do." Looking at the unhappy Ling, who was forcefully pulled out of the blanket, Lin Ray hurriedly begged Jean Ling. He looked very pitiful and very cute. "Aya, look at you. We haven't seen each other for so long. I won't tease you anymore. Let's go. You just came out today, so let's go out and eat. We can also hold a welcoming dinner for you." "All right." Hearing Jean Ling's words, Lin Ray nodded in response. He went downstairs and hugged Jean Ling's small waist, then walked towards the place where everyone was gathered. Swish, swish, swish. Linley's arrival caused all the people sitting on the sofa to stand up and greet Linley with smiles on their faces. "Big brother, young master. Don't be restrained. Sit down, and I'll ask you some things." Hearing his relatives and brothers greet him, Lin Ray nodded and let them all sit down. "Yes, young master, big brother." Looking at everyone's appearance, Lin Ray smiled helplessly and said, "Yo, what's wrong? When I wasn't around, you guys were chatting very happily. Why are you all so restrained when I'm here?" Lin Ray didn't know what else to say in the tense and restrained atmosphere, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the oldest here. Big brother, you must be joking." "Yes, young master, how could that be?" Hearing everyone's rebuttal, Lin Ray found it because this was the effect that Lin Ray wanted. Lin Ray didn't want everyone to be unhappy because of him. "All right, Xiaoro, Xiaofeng, go up and change your clothes first, then we'll go out for a meal." Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Linley heard what Jean Ling had said to him. For a moment, Linley turned his head and said to Lin Feng and Lin Ro, "Oh, we got it." After hearing their big brother Lin Ray's words, Lin Feng and Lin Ro hurriedly stood up and walked upstairs. Lin Ray could see the doubt in Lin Feng's eyes, and Lin Ro didn't think about anything when she heard that they were going out for a meal. She happily pulled Lin Feng away. Looking at the backs of his younger brother and sister, Lin Ray couldn't help but sigh and say, "It seems that it's time to tell them. I didn't expect my younger brother to already be suspicious." "Brother Lei, the company's matters have all been settled. Moreover, while you were in seclusion, we've already begun to annex the business power of the 5 big clans. In these few months, they've lost almost half of their business." After seeing that everyone present was a cultivator, Dong Xiaonan, who had been sitting at the side, finally couldn't help but come to Lin Ray's side and tell Lin Ray about the Juqian Trading Company. "What?" Hearing his younger brother's words, Lin Ray was shocked. He thought that he had heard wrong, so he asked again. "Yes, Brother Lei, you didn't hear wrong. Now, the Juqian Trading Company has basically taken over half of the business of the 5 big clans. Even the factory companies that they've been working with for a long time have now been transferred to our Juqian Trading Company." As she spoke, Dong Xiaonan's face was filled with a proud smile. However, Lin Rei wasn't so proud at this moment. It's over. When I was in seclusion, how could I forget to tell my younger brother not to touch the Su and Murong families? TSK, what should I do now? At this moment, after Lin Rei heard his younger brother's words, Lin Rei found what Su Bo had said to him before he went into seclusion. For a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Oh, by the way, husband, during the year you were in seclusion, your two brothers came several times, but that was because you were in seclusion and I couldn't find you, so I let them wait. I didn't expect that they would wait for a year. Do you want to call them back? They seemed to be very anxious at that time. Just as Lin Rei was silent, worrying about the matter that he had promised his brother before, but because of his mistake, it had led to today's results. Jean Ling, who had been silent for a moment, spoke up. What? You said that Su Bo and Murong you came to find me? At this moment, Lin Rei was truly dumbfounded. At this moment, what Lin Rei was most afraid of was that Su Bo and Murong you would misunderstand him and treat him as a despicable person. All right, I understand. If there's any other news, wait until I'm done with my business and come back. Today, you guys bring Lin Feng and Lin Ro to eat together. I still have things to do. At this moment, how could Lin Rei still be in the mood to eat? What he wanted to do the most at this moment was to quickly find Su Bo and Murong Yu and explain this matter clearly. He wanted his brothers to misunderstand him. Male brother, let's go. Come out with me. Lin Rei, who had an anxious expression on his face, said to Dong Xiaonan, who was beside him. He didn't ask for his permission and just walked outside. And at this moment, Dong Xiaonan, who was sitting on the sofa, heard Lin Rei's words and didn't hesitate at all. He directly followed Lin Rei's footsteps and chased after him. The few people in the living room were staring blankly at this scene, especially Jean Ling. Without thinking too much, he followed Lin Rei's instructions and brought Lin Feng and Lin Ro out to eat. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The black night sky was dotted with stars, illuminating the streets and alleys of Yanjing. In the bustling city, there was a car which was moving as fast as lightning, driving on the streets. Male brother, help me check where the Murong family and the Su family are. I want to know right now. At this moment, Lin Rei and Dong Xiaonan were in the car. After Lin Rei found out about Su Bo and Murong Yu, he rushed out in a hurry. He wanted to find the two of them and explain it clearly. However, after coming out, he didn't know where their families were. I got it. I'll do it right away. After following Lin Rei for a few years, Dong Xiaonan knew what to do when she heard Lin Rei's words. Without hesitation, she took out her phone, pressed a few numbers, and dialed them. After a few minutes, Dong Xiaonan hung up the phone and smiled at Lin Rei. She told Lin Rei the news she had just received. Hee, I didn't expect your efficiency to be so high. It seems that I didn't make a mistake in handing Jiutian Trading Company to you. After receiving the specific information about Su Bo and his family, Lin Rei praised Dong Xiaonan with a smile on his face. His eyes were full of surprise. It's nothing. Let's hurry up and find them and explain it to them. I believe that with me, the general manager of Jiutian Trading Company, I'll definitely explain it clearly. Actually, prior to this, Dong Xiaonan had already come to a conclusion based on what Lin Li had said. Thus, even if Lin Rei didn't say it, she knew what she should do next. As expected, you're really smart. I was right to recognize you as my brother. At this moment, Lin Rei was more and more satisfied with Dong Xiaonan. At this moment, Lin Rei was glad for the decision he made at that time. He was glad that he recognized Dong Xiaonan as his brother. All right, Brother Lei, we're brothers. If there's anything, you could just tell me. You've been praising me all day. If you continue like this, I'll feel embarrassed. Ha. All right, I won't say it. Hearing the man's words, Lin Rei laughed happily. Then, he quickly shut his mouth. After finding the direction of Su Bo's family, the car began to accelerate. Lin Rei's foot almost stepped on the gas pedal into the tank. As time passed, Lin Rei finally arrived at a place not far from Su Bo's family. The car stopped and Lin Rei and Dong Xiaonan stepped out of the car. They looked at the Su family's villa with serious expressions. This Su family is really extravagant. Just this villa alone is worth a few $100 million. At this moment, Lin Ray's eyes fell on a huge and magnificent villa complex. According to the information from the man, all the villas here belong to the Su family. In the past few years, all the people living here were from the Su family. Forget it. Let's hurry up and find Su Bo. I don't want to appear in front of this group of people right now. After saying that, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan each cast a small invisibility spell on themselves. Then, they activated their divine sense and flew towards the Su family's villa complex. Brother, follow me in a while. I'll use my spiritual energy to wrap you up. I believe that there should be a higher level cultivator than you here. As long as they notice anything amiss, they'll know. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. It was better to be prepared than to be discovered when the time came. Yes, I know. I'll follow closely behind you and not leave your side. Hearing the man's reply, Lin Ray quickly wrapped him up with his spiritual energy. While using his divine sense to search for Su Bo's existence, he wrapped the man with his spiritual energy and flew up into the sky. Hee, I didn't expect this place to be so big. After searching for so long, I still can't find him. After a few minutes, Lin Ray still couldn't find Su Bo's existence. Therefore, Lin Ray began to suspect whether Su Bo was in the family or not. Damn, what did Su Bo run off to? How can I not find him? At this moment, Lin Ray and Dong Xiaonan had already arrived at the deepest part of the Su family's villa. However, at this moment, Lin Ray felt a trace of pressure that he hadn't felt since he came back. Of course, other than the Pai Xiao. What's going on? Why do I feel that there's a very powerful existence here that makes me feel a trace of unease? The deeper they flew, the more Lin Ray felt. Finally, Lin Ray felt an extremely powerful aura. For a moment, Lin Ray's expression changed greatly. Brother, go hide in the cloud pagoda first. There's a powerhouse here that makes me feel fear. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you when the battle starts. So, at this moment, Lin Ray was most worried about Dong Xiaonan, who had been following him. Lin Ray didn't want anything to happen to her. Okay, I understand. Brother Lei, put me away, but you have to be careful. Dong Xiaonan, who had been obediently following behind Lin Ray, saw the serious expression on Lin Ray's face and knew the seriousness of this matter. Therefore, she didn't argue and directly let Lin Ray put her into the cloud pagoda. Okay, you go in first. It won't be long before I let you out. Hearing the young man's words, Lin Li replied with a smile on his face. Then, he wrapped the young man with his spiritual energy and sent him into the cloud pagoda in the system. After seeing that everything was settled, Lin Ray no longer had any fear. If he hadn't broken through before, Lin Ray might have been a bit afraid. But now, I want to see just how powerful this Su family is to be able to keep the Su family undefeated for 100 years. With that thought, Lin Ray continued to fly forward. Just like before, he used his divine sense to search for Su Bo's whereabouts. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger. The blood in Lin Li's body began to boil, and the desire to do battle filled his entire body. In this moment, Lin Li grew excited. Haha, if I can use this opportunity to break through my current cultivation and reach the great ascension stage, how great would that be? If the powerhouses of the Su family knew what Lin Ray was thinking, they would definitely find a rope and hang themselves. I've finally found you. Finally, when he was about to reach the deepest part of the pagoda, Lin Ray found the person he was looking for. Su Bo, damn, you actually live here. If you go out, it'll be so troublesome. Chapter 238. At this moment, Lin Ray grumbled as he landed in front of Su Bo's villa. Phew, I hope this kid doesn't misunderstand me. Lin Ray, who was standing at the door, had mixed feelings. He wanted to explain to Su Bo, but he didn't know what he was feeling. Forget it. Since I'm already here, Why don't I go in? In the end, Lin Ray resolutely lifted his foot and walked in. He pushed open the door. This was an extremely luxurious place. In the villa's courtyard, all kinds of flowers and plants were planted. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a stone table. On top of it were teacups and some tea that had already been brewed. One could see that it was still steaming. Lin Ray wasn't exaggerating when he said that the scenery here was even more exquisite than his own villa. Damn, this kid is really enjoying himself. He lives here every day. When he goes to school, he can even stay in the school dormitory. That's enough. At this moment, Lin Ray thought of the dormitory where the four of them stayed when they were in university. Looking at this place again, he didn't know what to say. However, these things were nothing in Lin Ray's eyes. After looking at Su Bo's living quarters, Lin Ray walked into the villa's room. Lin Ray followed Su Bo's location with his divine sense. Without hesitation, he went to the room on the second floor near the stairs. Lin Ray stopped. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Lin Ray gently knocked on the door of Su Bo's room. After a while, there was no sound. At this moment, Lin Ray frowned. He raised his hand and knocked on the door again. Dong dong dong, who is it? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if there's nothing important? Finally, a lazy and familiar voice came from the room. Lin Ray, who was originally frowning, relaxed after hearing Su Bo's voice. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. After hearing Su Bo's voice, Lin Ray didn't want to speak immediately. Instead, he knocked a few more times so that Su Bo would open the door. F***CK. Didn't you hear me clearly? In the room, Su Bo, who was lying on the bed, thought that the knocking sound would leave after his intimidation. Unexpectedly, the knocking sound came again. This time, Su Bo was anxious. She angrily lifted the blanket and stood up from the bed. She quickly walked to the door and angrily opened it. However, in the next moment, Su Bo was completely stunned. His hand did not reach out to open the door. His eyes widened in disbelief. Just like that, he stared blankly at the figure that entered his sight after opening the door. Damn, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that you opened the door for me? Lin Ray, who was standing at the door, teased Su Bo when he saw the stunned Su Bo open the door. This. Hearing Lin Ray's voice, the stunned Su Bo was pulled back to reality by Lin Ray's voice. He didn't know what to say, but the waves in his heart were huge. He knew that he was in the deepest part of the Su family. This wasn't a place where ordinary people could come in as they wished. How could Su Bo not be surprised to see Lin Ray here? Even Su Bo was starting to wonder if his eyes had been blurred from sleeping just now, and it still hadn't healed yet. What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite your brother in? You're going to let me, who took the trouble to come here, stand at the door and do nothing? At this moment, when Su Bo, who was standing at the door, heard Lin Ray's voice again, he was certain that the person in front of him was his brother, whom he hadn't seen for a year, Lin Ray. F***CKE, why are you here? You can't be here. Su Bo still couldn't believe that Lin Ray could come here. The Su family's defenses and security were very high. Even he himself might not be able to come here, let alone his brother. Haha, I thought it was something big. Hearing Su Bo's words, Lin Ray finally understood what he meant. For a moment, Lin Ray smiled. Come. Come in and tell me what's going on. How did you come here? As he spoke, in the next instant, Su Bo reached out and grabbed the doorknob, hurriedly inviting Lin Ray into the room. Bang! After Lin Ray entered the room, Su Bo closed the door with a loud sound. All right, I'm here this time for no other reason than to talk about the Nine Heavens Trading Company swallowing up your Su family's business over the past year. Lin Ray walked in and sat on the sofa in the room. He didn't beat around the bush and directly told Su Bo the reason for his visit. As soon as Lin Ray finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Su Bo, who was sitting on the bed, was even more silent. His expression was also a little uglier than before. There's no need to say anything. I know your difficulties. When he heard Su Bo's words, Lin Ray felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, Su Bo didn't think of him as a despicable person and cut him off because of this matter. Haha, you don't have to say that. All of this is a misunderstanding. Huh? Lin Rei's words made Subo puzzled. Misunderstanding? Yes, that's right. It's a misunderstanding. Looking at Subo's appearance, Lin Rei directly told him about his own matter. Although this matter has nothing to do with me, it actually has a little bit to do with me. This matter is like this. After you left that day, I suddenly had an urgent matter and went abroad. I didn't expect that I would be gone for a year. During this year, I was abroad and didn't contact anyone, let alone this matter. Therefore, the general manager and chairman of the Nine Heavens Trading Company, Dong Xiaonan, acted according to what I had agreed on before I met you. At this moment, Lin Rei explained earnestly. This was the first time Lin Rei had done something like this. If Lin Rei's enemies in the Tianxian continent saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. F***CK. After listening to Lin Rei's explanation, Subo finally understood the cause and effect of this matter. At this moment, the knot in Subo's heart was finally untied. Suddenly, his whole body relaxed a lot. I knew it. How could you not care about the face of your brothers and do such a thing? However, even if you did this, I wouldn't blame you. After all, I didn't ask for news of your mother. This is also something I feel very guilty about. As he spoke, a guilty expression appeared on Subo's face. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed. All right, this is nothing. If you can't find her, then you can't find her. Anyway, there's still a long time. I don't believe that a living person would disappear for no reason. Finally, the grudge between the two brothers was touched at this moment. The two of them returned to their previous relationship of good brothers. They talked about all kinds of topics without any taboo. All right, quickly ask Moronyu to come over. He disappeared just like that. Everyone should drink together and explain the previous matter to him. Suddenly, after everything was connected, Lin Rei's interest in drinking emerged. He quickly asked Subo, who was sitting next to him, to call C in Moronyu. And I got it. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Subo quickly took out his phone, found Morongyu's number, and dialed it. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Hello, C, it's me. Hearing that the phone was connected, Subo didn't wait for Moronyu to speak and spoke first. Oh, third brother, what's the matter? On the other side of the phone, after hearing that it was Subo, Murong Chen's face revealed a tired expression and replied with a smile. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and come to my house. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I want to drink with you and have a super big gift for you. Subo's words made Murongyu, who was on the other side of the phone, stunned. His face was filled with doubt. All right, then you wait. Although he didn't know what Subo meant, Murongyu still agreed. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Hearing Murongyu agree, Subo's face revealed a smile and hung up the phone. All right, let's go down and prepare. Wait for Old Fourth to arrive, then we can start drinking. With that, Subo stood up and said to Lin Rei, who was sitting on the sofa. Then, he walked out of the room and came to the living room downstairs. Lin Rei followed closely behind, walked out of the room, came to the living room, and sat on the sofa. Subo, on the other hand, walked into the kitchen. From the refrigerator, he took out the dishes that seemed to have known that he was going to drink and brought them to the dining table. Come on, don't just sit there. Come and drink. When C comes, let him make up for it. Seeing that everything was served, Subo hurriedly said to Lin Rei. Then, he opened the wine bottle and poured the wine into the 2 cups. And that's fine too. Hearing Subo's words, Lin Rei nodded in agreement and came to the dining table. He sat down, picked up the cup full of wine, took a sip, and responded. Oh, that's right, Lao Air. Until now, I still don't understand how you came in. This makes me very curious. If you said that you were my family, then you should have let me in. Then they should have given me a call, but you came to my door without anything. You made me very surprised, and I find it hard to believe. Subo, who also sat down to drink, pulled out the topic that he was puzzled about and said again, Aya, at this time, are you going to drink? What's the point of saying so much? At this moment, Lin Rei didn't want to answer, so he quickly changed the topic and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Gulp. Just like that, Lindley gulped down a glass of white wine that had over 70% alcohol content without any food in it. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Su Bo was scared. He had drunk the wine in front of him before, but he had never drunk it like Lin Ray. Therefore, at this moment, Su Bo's throat squirmed, and at this moment, cold sweat flowed down his face uncontrollably. Phew, this feels good. I didn't expect this to feel so good. After drinking the wine, Lin Ray suddenly felt a burning sensation from his throat to his stomach. Finally, the burning sensation turned into a warm feeling, warming Lin Ray's body. F*CK. I really don't know how you managed to increase your alcohol tolerance. From the moment I saw you a year ago, I felt that you had changed a lot. Whether it was your personality, your temperament, or any other aspect, they have all changed. I really don't know what happened to you in the past 2 years. Right now, Su Bo was full of emotion as he spoke about the changes that had occurred in Lindley's body. Only, Lindley didn't know how to respond to Su Bo's words. He couldn't possibly say that he had gone to another world, and that he had been there for over 10 years. That was simply unrealistic. Okay, let's drink. There's no need to say anything. We are brothers, and this will never change. So, my change is not important. As he spoke, Lindley once more filled his beer bottle to the brim, and then began to drink. Time passed little by little. Soon, more than an hour passed by as Lin Ray and Su Bo drank. The 2 bottles of wine on the table were finished by the two, just like that. But the dishes on the table were not reduced at all. Second brother, you're back. At this moment, a voice came from the door. Lin Ray and Su Bo, who were drinking, turned their heads and looked at the place where the voice came from. It was Murong Yu, who was covered in dust from the journey. Ha! Come see, drink. Seeing that the person who came was Murong Yu, Su Bo quickly stood up and quickly came to Murong Yu's side. He pulled him and said to Murong Yu, while reeking of alcohol, "Oh," without any dissatisfaction towards Lin Ray. He followed Su Bo and came to the dining table. He picked up the cup that was already prepared and drank the wine in one gulp. However, in the next moment, Murong Yu regretted it. He didn't expect that it would be so strong. But since he had already drunk it, there was no need to spit it out. He endured the burning sensation in his throat and drank the wine in his mouth. Huff! Third brother, you're killing me. Why is it so strong? After drinking the wine, Murong Yu wasn't willing and directly complained to Su Bo, who was beside him. Okay, hurry up and do it. Su Bo wasn't stupid enough to say his own thoughts. When he heard Murong Yu's words, he quickly shifted his attention away. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't stay idle. He picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he explained to Si and Murong Yu what he explained to Su Bo before. After Murong Yu heard Lin Ray's explanation, a smile bloomed on his face. In fact, after Murong Yu met Lin Ray could feel that although Si didn't have any expression of blaming him, he still had a grudge in his heart. Second brother, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. I'll finish this cup of wine first. After knowing the whole story, the grudge in Murong Yu's heart disappeared. He quickly picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 239. All right, second brother, where have you been this year? I heard second sister-in-law say that you went abroad. Sure enough, it was the same as what Lin Ray thought. Everyone would ask this question, but how could Lin Ray answer this question? Oh, yes, I stayed abroad this year and didn't come back. I had a lot of things on hand, so I forgot. After he finished speaking, Lin Ray looked at the expressions of the two brothers sitting opposite him. Lin Ray was slightly relieved. At this moment, after Su Bo and Murong Yu heard Lin Ray's excuse, their faces showed an expression of understanding. This scene made Lin Ray feel very lucky. He was glad that he hit it. Come, don't say anything. Drink. All feelings are in the wine. After the misunderstanding was solved, they began to drink wine and eat meat happily. They looked very happy. Of course, this was just Lin Ray wanting to get the two drunk. This way, he could find a strong sense of oppression and seek a breakthrough. This was one of the things that Lin Ray had been thinking about when he came to the Su family and found a strong sense of oppression. He knew that in this world, Lin Ray didn't have many things that Lin Ray cared about. Strength was one of them. At this moment, what Lin Ray wanted to do the most was to quickly get the two people in front of him drunk. Then he would do his own things. Colleagues. This way, it wouldn't affect the relationship between them. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? This was what Lin Ray was thinking now. Time slowly began to pass. More than half of the dishes on the table, but compared to the wine bottle, it was like an ant meeting an elephant. Between them, there were dozens of empty bottles of white wine under everyone's feet. On the table, there were still many bottles of wine. While they were drinking, a servant who cleaned up the room for Su Bo came over. However, after seeing the situation of Lin Ray and the others, he was completely stunned. He anxiously came forward to dissuade them. However, he was stopped and driven out by Su Bo. Su Bo also threatened the servant to forget what he saw today and not tell anyone. After the servant left, the few of them once again began to walk and drink. The sky outside gradually darkened. Of the three people at the table, aside from Lin Li, who was still sitting at the same place, drinking wine. As for Su Bo and Morong Yu, they were in a daze. Lin Ray, who felt their drunkenness, came to their side with a smile. He gently patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "You are all drunk. Let's leave it at that for today. In the next few days, I will ask them to remove all the pressure on you in business." At this moment, the fighting spirit on Lin Ray's body soared. It had already reached the point of exploding. There was no point in bringing it here. After bidding farewell to Su Bo, Lin Ray walked out of the villa's door. When he arrived outside, he looked at the already dark sky. The stars had already begun to appear, and a slight breeze blew on Lin Ray's face. At this moment, the slightly drunk Lin Ray was completely sober. I'm really looking forward to it. Just how strong is this Su family's expert to be able to make me feel fear? With a smile on his face, he turned his head to look at the deepest part of the villa, the place that made him feel the pressure. For a moment, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. With a whoosh, Lin Ray opened his eyes. His resolute gaze was so mesmerizing. In the next moment, Lin Ray directly flew into the sky without the support of any spells. He flew towards the deepest part of the Su family's villa. Lin Ray, who was in the sky, looked at the Su family's villa. It was like a sea of fire. It was so beautiful that it made one forget to leave. However, this was not what Lin Ray wanted. At this moment, Lin Ray's only thought was to meet this Su family's expert. Seeing that the villa in the deepest part of the villa was getting closer and closer, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ray, who had almost not revealed his cultivation base, was a little stagnant in the air. As expected. At this moment, Lin Ray could feel that the other party was an Earth Immortal expert. This was because a Mahayana cultivator would not give Lin Ray such pressure, but an Earth Immortal was different. He also knew that an Earth Immortal without the support of Immortal Chi was simply a little stronger than a Mahayana cultivator. However, Lin Ray did not feel the pressure of an Earth Immortal from the Su family's expert. Instead, it was another kind of pressure. This made Lin Ray very puzzled, but also very excited. This was because there was finally someone here who could make him use his full strength. Soon, Lin Ray was deceived by the pressure and floated in the air above the villa. He instantly released his cultivation base, and his killing intent rushed into the villa. What kind of small fry are you? Are you not afraid of death to make trouble in my Su family? Not long after Lin Li's murderous aura rushed into the villa, an aura that took away spiritual energy and pressure directly pushed Lin Li's murderous aura and cultivation base out. He said to Lin Ray with a superior and insufferably arrogant tone, Small fry, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You are just an Earth Immortal cultivator. How dare you boast shamelessly in front of me? After hearing the words of the Su family expert, Lin Ray was completely enraged. This was because ever since Lin Ray started cultivating, no one had ever called him a small fry. Oh, is that so? After hearing Lin Ray's words, the Su family expert in the villa said in an indifferent tone and went straight into Lin Ray's ears. Tell me, why have you come to my Su family? I don't think the Su family has offended a cultivator like you. Why have you come? What is your purpose? If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about leaving here today. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the sound of a window breaking was heard. A middle-aged man rushed out and flew directly towards Lin Ray. He didn't stop until he was not far from Lin Ray. So young? After the middle-aged man saw Lin Ray's true appearance, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in disbelief, Hee, you're the Su family expert, but you shouldn't be this young. I see that your chi and blood are floating. You are at least 100 years old. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, Lin Ray used his divine sense to directly examine the middle-aged man's bodily functions and came to this conclusion. Oh, I didn't expect a little kid like you to be so powerful. Not bad, you are right. I have indeed been free for more than 100 years. However, I think you should have heard of my name. This question from the expert of the Su clan completely stumped Linley. What did he mean by know your name? Listen carefully. My name is Su Chu. After the middle-aged man said his name, the arrogant expression on his face became even more obvious. Hiss! Lin Ray sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of disbelief. The middle-aged man was right. In modern times, there was no one who didn't know the name Su Chu. This was because Su Chu was suitable to be a general during the Han Dynasty. Moreover, he was a famous general. Hee, ha ha. After a moment of surprise, Lin Ray began to laugh loudly. His voice spread out without any scruples. It was so loud that even the important people in the Su family villa heard Lin Ray's laughter. Boy, what are you laughing at? Is my name that funny? Su Chu, who had been watching Lin Ray, didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ray's laughter. He thought that Lin Ray was mocking him. Suddenly, his anger rose. He released his cultivation in an instant and rushed towards Lin Ray. Hee, you think you can make me submit with such a little pressure? You think too highly of yourself. When he felt the pressure rushing towards him, Lin Ray's lips curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. At this moment, his hands moved. At that moment, Linley gently waved his hand in front of him. The pressure that was about to reach the end of the year instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. What? Su Chu was shocked when he saw his pressure dissipate little by little. No, impossible. You can't break my pressure. You only have the strength of the peak of the crossing tribulation realm. How can you break my cultivation? At this moment, Su Chu went crazy. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he asked Lin Ray crazily. He looked very terrifying. In Lin Ray's eyes, this scene was simply a good show. Lin Ray sneered in his heart. Hee, it seems that I have overestimated you. I didn't expect that your endurance is so little. Alas, what a pity. Lin Ray sighed and shook his head as he spoke to Su Chu. His disappointed expression made Su Chu, who was not far away, completely angry. Which earthly immortal expert could bear the criticism of a cultivator who was going through the tribulation realm? This kind of thing was not allowed. As long as one was found, it would be destroyed immediately. Boy, since you came here without regard for your own life and are courting death, then don't blame me. At this moment, Su Chu was really angry. The murderous aura on his body was released in an instant. It could be seen that the murderous aura was condensed and rushed towards Lin Ray. After all, he was an ancient general who had killed countless people. It was normal for his murderous aura to condense. However, looking at the condensed murderous aura, Lin Ray had a disdainful expression. He also released his murderous aura and collided with Su Chu's murderous aura. Bang! The two murderous auras collided. But the strange thing was that the two murderous auras were evenly matched. It seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. They were in a stalemate. What? How is it possible? This level of murderous aura. How many people do you have to kill to have this? This boy. This boy, how is it possible? At this moment, in Suchu's eyes, Lin Rei was no longer a junior. In Suchu's eyes, Lin Rei was mysterious. Good, 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 good. No wonder you dare to come here and provoke me. You have succeeded. You have succeeded in attracting my attention. But at the same time, your death date has arrived. Swish, in an instant, a long cold spear appeared in Suchu's hand. At the same time, the murderous aura that confronted Lin Rei also returned to Suchu's side. Suddenly, Suchu's cultivation was released. With the support of the murderous aura, Suchu was like a god of war. He stood there majestically and quietly, glaring at Lin Rei as if he wanted to kill him. Take out your tone. I don't want to kill you just like that. An incomparably overbearing sentence came out of Suchu's mouth. His arrogant look made Lin Rei, who was standing not far away, feel nauseous. TSK. Just pretend to be a asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. What's so great about that? Isn't your cultivation just a little higher than mine? Looking at Suchu, Lin Rei did not hesitate. Aaron was a real, earthly, immortal expert. If he also pretended to be a asterisk, 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 it was very likely that he would die here today. The next moment, Lin Rei agreed with Suchu. In an instant, the martial Emperor Divine Spear appeared in Lin Rei's hand. His hands were holding the martial Emperor Divine Spear shaft. The tip of the spear was shining with a cold light, which made people feel a surge of coldness. This spear, huh? Good, I want your spear. When Lin Rei's martial Emperor Divine Spear appeared, Suchu's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Rei's weapon greedily and used his domineering words to take Lin Rei's martial Emperor Divine Spear as his own. Sure, but depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Swish. The moment Lin Rei finished speaking, Lin Rei's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Swish. Bang. The sound of weapons clashing resounded through the sky. The two spears collided. Boom! The spiritual chi exploded and instantly swept out in all directions. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, if that's all you have, then I can tell you that you're dead today. Suchu, who was holding the spear, directly pushed Lin Rei away. It was not until Lin Rei was 100 meters away that his body stopped flying. If you want me to die, then it depends on whether you're daydreaming or not. Lin Rei, who was fixed in the air, instantly activated his thunder spiritual root. Thunder and lightning flashed on the surface of his body. He looked like the thunder god, and his whole person became incomparably sacred. Thunder technique, silent thunder spear arts, thundernet, kill. At this moment, Lin Rei was serious. He did not want to delay any longer. If this went on, it would be impossible for him to break through to the next realm. Lin Rei, who was holding the martial Emperor Divine Spear, rushed directly towards Suchu. The thunder and lightning on his body were constantly flashing, like a dazzling star. In an instant, Lin Rei's figure appeared beside Suchu. The martial Emperor Divine Spear pierced towards Suchu's body. Clang! As expected of an expert in the earthly immortal realm. The moment Lin Rei came to Suchu's side, Suchu had already reacted. With lightning speed, he relied on his own cultivation to block Lin Rei's attack. Swoosh! However, Suchu still underestimated Lin Lei's ability. After the two collided, Suchu was sent flying backwards. While flying backward, Suchu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never thought that a cultivator who was going through the tribulation could make him an expert in the earthly immortal realm, so embarrassed. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.